The innate divine ability, Black Eye Purgatory, was forcefully dispelled by Mo Duo, causing Xianxia to suffer from a severe backlash. With his vitality roiling and his head feeling like it had been split in two, Xianxia could only scream miserably. Taking this opportunity, Mo Duo finally got rid of Xianxia's disturbance and flew upwards. In just a few breaths of time, he was already 10,000 meters above the ground and was just about to reach the crown of the tree. But at this time, Xianxia suddenly flickered strangely in front of him, holding the demonic war hammer, and smashed at him furiously, demon chi erupting from all over his body. Mo Duo hurriedly leapt to the trunk nearby to evade Xianxia's blow. The two looked at each other across the short distance between them. Mo Duo was boiling in anger, while Xianxia's expression could not be seen due to the wrapping of demon chi, but his eyes were more energetic and clearer than before. Resting the demonic war hammer on his shoulder, he seemed to grin menacingly and remarked coldly, "Thanks for shaking my consciousness awake. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have been able to escape from that chaotic state." Mo Duo's face changed slightly and replied in a cold voice, "How do you plan to stop me now without the power of the Black Eye?" He noticed that Xianxia's aura had greatly reduced after the innate divine ability of the Black Eye was dispelled. So although he recovered his rational mind, he was now no longer a match for him. Xianxia smiled lightly and pointed his finger to the sky. "I can't stop you, but I just need to delay you for a moment." Hearing this, Mo Duo's face darkened as Xianxia was speaking the truth. Even if he was no longer Mo Duo's opponent, that didn't mean he couldn't give him some trouble and delay his pace. As long as Xianxia could buy just a bit more time, the evergreen divine tree would have the opportunity to seal the two worlds' passage. The tree crown had now reached right below the top of the passage, almost completely covering it with its broad trunk and canopy. As long as it continued growing, it would soon accomplish its mission. "You can try," Mo Duo roared as he kicked off the branch he was standing on and shot upwards like a cannon, sending out a punch as he soared into the sky. Strangely, Xianxia appeared in front of this fist, as if he had thrown himself at it. Xianxia was shocked as he had not anticipated this move. The punch sent him flying, but nevertheless, his reaction was incredibly fast. Immediately, he teleported the moment he was about to be hit, and his figure reappeared in a blink above Mo Duo. He swung the demon chi-empowered demonic war hammer at Mo Duo's head with heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. "Damn you!" Mo Duo bellowed as he raised his hand to block the blow. With a loud bang, Mo Duo's gigantic body fell back several tens of meters, but he quickly stabilized himself again. He was so infuriated that his two house-sized eyes almost ignited in rage. After the Black Eye Purgatory was dispelled, Xianxia's strength had dropped significantly, which was obvious from the power of his hammering. Before, when Xianxia struck with his hammer, it would be enough to send Mo Duo tumbling. But now, such a blow could only force him back a couple dozen meters. Even so, Xianxia was still the biggest obstacle in front of him. If Mo Duo did not destroy this obstruction, he wouldn't be able to move on. But how could he have time to fight with this foreigner now? He had underestimated Xianxia. In fact, all the demon saints underestimated Xianxia. If they had known that this foreigner wielded such strange power, they would have sent 2 demon saints to deal with him. Mo Duo blew a long whistle to ask for helpers, but he received no response. The other 4 demon saints were fighting with the 4 shaman saints of the barbarian race at the moment. Both sides had an even number, so no one could get away easily. Mo Duo was on his own. A strange noise suddenly sounded, causing Mo Duo's eyelids to jump and his head to quickly turn up. At that moment, he saw the giant crown of the strange tree fill the last crack of the two worlds' passage, and though it seemed to twist and deform under the pressure, it still managed to complete the seal. It was too late. It was all too late. Mo Duo was devastated. Xianxia burst into laughter despite his ravaged and disheveled state. Listening to this mocking laughter, Mo Duo felt extremely offended and embarrassed, and the suppressed anger in his chest erupted completely like a volcano. Xianxia's laughter abruptly stopped, as if someone had grabbed his throat all of a sudden. Mo Duo also turned solemn as he obviously felt something as well. Both of them looked up at the same time, their gazes penetrating through space as they stared straight into the depths of the two worlds passage. From the depths of the corridor, a black cloud suddenly appeared strangely above the tree crown. The black cloud pressed down slowly, and even though it did not move with great speed, it possessed a powerful oppressive force, as if nothing in the world could stop its advance. In the process of falling, the black cloud gradually twisted and transformed into a huge hand that seemed to cover the sky. "Sir Demon God!" Duo exclaimed. "Great Demon God!" Xianxia bellowed hoarsely. In the demon realm, the strongest master was Great Demon God, who was an existence more powerful than even demon saints. It was he who tore open the world barrier of the two great worlds, opened the passage between the demon realm and this one, and brought destruction and disaster to it. Given that the demon saints were already so strong, just how powerful could the great demon god who was superior to them be? Xianxia thought about this question before, but he could not find an answer, just like when he was still an origin-returning realm cultivator and could not imagine the terror of a Dao Source realm master. Before one reached a certain realm, they would still be lacking comprehension no matter how rich their imagination was. The great demon god stood at a height too high for Xianxia to even speculate about. But at this moment, he could easily feel the terror of the great demon god. A simple palm transformed from the black cloud already seemed to be able to destroy a world. It was the power that even the demon saints would fear. As the huge hand pressed down, cracking sounds came up from the crown of the evergreen divine tree. The giant tree could not continue to grow, and instead was being pressed down. Duo did not look at this scene with joy in his eyes though. Instead, he was full of fear. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as his nearly 300-meter-tall body shivered. As a demon saint who was sent to this world by Great Demon God, he had failed his mission to stop the foreign race's plan of sealing the two worlds passage, forcing the Great Demon God to step in personally. Even if the demon race achieved a great victory after this battle, he and the other 4 demon saints would definitely not be able to avoid punishment. The punishment of Great Demon God was not something that anyone could bear, even if one was a demon saint. A strange noise sounded, and Duo turned to look, his face changing drastically as he roared, "How dare you!" When he was truly shocked and incensed as Shaman Yo actually flew up with a solemn face and charged towards the two worlds passage. Looking at his movements, it seemed that he wanted to use his own strength to block whatever method Great Demon God was using to interfere. This frightened Duo. He was not afraid that Shaman Yo had the ability to do so. Since the Great Demon God had made his move, no matter how powerful Shaman Yo was, it would amount to nothing before the Great Demon God. However, he could not allow Shaman Yo to disturb the Great Demon God. Not in the slightest. Duo chased after him and wanted to stop him in advance. Nevertheless, his body was too massive and his movements were not as flexible as Shaman Yo's. So he could only watch as Shaman Yo rushed into the two worlds passage and disappeared. Duo grew increasingly anxious as he flew up, his demon chi surging madly as he quickly reached the tree crown that was previously unreachable to him in less than 10 breaths' time. Without any intention of remaining though, Duo also rushed directly into the two worlds passage to kill Xianxia. The inside of the two worlds passage was nothing but emptiness and chaos. There were no identifying markers one could use to gain a sense of direction, and even a demon saint would shiver with unease in this endless void. No matter how powerful a master was, he may be trapped forever if he lost his way here. Feeling unimaginable pressure pressing down from above his head, Duo looked up and saw Great Demon God's giant palm pressing towards him. But Shaman Yo was nowhere to be seen. This palm was Great Demon God's sudden cross-world attack, yet it still felt unmatchable. Duo did not dare to release his divine sense to search for Xianxia, because the surrounding void turbulence would devour it before it provided any useful information. As he was looking for Xianxia though, Xianxia appeared strangely beside him and charged at him like a meteor. Facing the unexpected attack, Duo could not stand firm and was directly pushed back. Xianxia struck Duo's chest head-on while pushing his space principles wildly, using the very void turbulence to drive himself and Duo towards the giant palm. Duo's face went completely pale as he struggled hard, But in this place where space principle dominated all others, he soon found that he could not free himself from Xianxia's control and was getting closer and closer to the palm print of Great Demon God. "What are you doing?" Mo Duo was equal parts enraged and terrified as a frightening thought surfaced in his mind. "I need your help." Xianxia grinned madly at him, but Mo Duo obviously did not see this expression. His words turned Mo Duo's face green as his gigantic body started to tremble. He fought even more vigorously and nearly broke away from Xianxia's grasp several times, but all to no avail. Xianxia hurriedly waved his hands and drew rivers of void turbulence over to bind Mo Duo. Having been caught, Mo Duo ceased his futile efforts. "Do you know what you're doing?" Mo Duo knew he could not break free by force, so he could only try to persuade Xianxia to change his mind. "You'll die too." Without saying a word, Xianxia pushed Mo Duo with all his strength to meet the giant palm. "Madman, you are a madman," Mo Duo yelled. "I won't be used by you. It is my honor to die at the hands of the great demon god. There's no meaning in what you're trying to accomplish. You have ancient demon chi flowing through you and the ancient demon's solitary black eye. Although you were born a barbarian, you are also half demon. Furthermore, you have proven your strength. Give up now and great demon god will forgive you. Anything you want from the demon race will be yours. Why are you still not stopping? It will be too late if you don't stop now." Mo Duo kept screaming, his face becoming more and more panicked. But Xianxia flat out ignored every word he said. Finally, the two of them reached right in front of Great Demon God's giant palm, and Mo Duo shut his mouth because he knew it was too late to say anything now. Even if Xianxia released him, he would still not be able to escape from the Great Demon God's attack. The huge palm pressed down from above his head, together with a destructive aura, causing Mo Duo to let out a sigh, close his eyes, and bare his neck for execution. At that moment, Xianxia's roar exploded in his ears. "You're not making a move? Do you really want to die?" This roar was like the devil's whisper, causing Mo Duo's eyes to shoot open, and driven by primal instincts to survive, he pushed his demon saint's strength wildly and swung his fists upward. He suddenly found that the strength that had been restraining him had disappeared, and the void turbulence that had been binding him had also vanished, allowing him to use his full strength. But Mo Duo regretted it the moment he threw his attack. He asked himself, "What am I doing? As a demon saint, why am I resisting Sir Great Demon God?" All his actions were made instinctually, done without any thought, driven by a simple desire to live. At the verge of death, one could not afford to think too much. In any case, this was the full-powered blow of a demon saint. At the same time, Xianxia, who was not far away, turned solemn and raised the demonic war hammer in his hand, pouring his own demon chi into it before swinging it heavily at the giant palm. Space principles engulfed the demonic war hammer, causing the void to crack and distort wherever it passed. Not only that, Xianxia also pushed his time principles into this attack. At this critical juncture of life or death, Xianxia delivered a violent blow that surpassed his own limit. This blow was the strongest he had ever unleashed, one that even he found difficult to comprehend. Of these two great attacks, one was intentional while the other was unintentional. Xianxia and Mo Duo's coordination was perfect and delivered an amazing counterattack. The giant palm halted slightly before a huge hole was pierced through it, causing a seemingly endless demonic chi to erupt out in all directions. However, in the next instant, the giant palm recovered from their interference and slammed down towards where Xianxia and Mo Duo were, destroying the two insignificant ants before continuing to press downwards. Mo Duo's muffled grunt disappeared instantly, and the 300-meter-tall body fell apart, turning into pieces of shredded meat, scattered in the endless void. Xianxia too felt as though he was torn apart, his body dissipating completely, and only his soul falling into an endless abyss. "Am I dead?" Xianxia did not know what death was like, but if Demon Saint Mo Duo could not survive this, it was naturally impossible for him to be alive. "I think I'm really dead." In a daze, he suddenly felt as if he had forgotten many important things, only to suddenly remember something vaguely. All the while he was self-reflecting, he continued to fall. His entire body was somehow loosened and relaxed as he plummeted endlessly. There was nothing that required his attention, nothing that could worry him. Maybe it was not such a bad thing to keep falling like this. Then, there was a change, and the feeling of falling suddenly disappeared, followed by a change in his vision. When Xianxia recovered his senses, he was already standing in a void blanketed with twinkling stars. He turned his head to observe his surroundings. Nothing but deathly silence remained. Even Xianxia found he was without a physical presence or form. Suddenly, the clamor of war and wild fluctuations of energy reached him from below. He looked down and his eyes widened. He saw a huge, unmatched tree that connected heaven and earth standing tall in the middle of a battlefield full of blood and corpses. The magnificent tree crown had penetrated into the crack in the sky and was still growing continuously. He saw some strong humans evading the attacks of demons under the big tree. He also saw millions of humans and demons risking their lives in the vast surrounding wilderness. In the sky on the other side, 8 exceptionally powerful masters were fighting. The saints of the two races seemed to be competing on equal footing. Xianxia had the chills as he remembered something he had forgotten just now, and then remembered something even more distant from him. I am Shaman Yo, and I am the Shaman King of the South Barbarian clan. I commanded a strong army called the Shaman Yo clan. I'm also Xianxia, the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace in the northern territory of the Star Boundary. He did not know when he had completely forgotten all of this, especially his latter identity. When he first came to this world, he would still remember it from time to time, remember that he was but a visitor in this world and had entered this sealed world as a simple training experience. However, along with the outbreak of the war between the two races, his identity became increasingly vague and had gradually adapted to the identity of Shaman Yo, ultimately completely forgetting his real name, Xianxia. He dragged a demon saint and launched a suicidal attack against Great Demon God. Was he trying to emulate the sacrifice of the evergreen divine tree? If he had remembered that he was Xianxia, he would never have been so reckless and impulsive. After all, this was just a sealed world, with everything he experienced possibly being one giant illusion. But if he was looking at the situation as ancient barbarian Shaman Yo, doing such a thing would seem normal. Shaman Yo would definitely make such a choice. Any ancient barbarian would make such a choice without hesitation. Even if he died, as long as there was even the slightest chance of success, his death would have value. There was only one thing he could not understand. What the hell was this place? Was everything just an illusion? Or was he really dead? Isn't it bizarre? A voice suddenly came from behind. Xianxia jumped, not having expected anyone else to be here at all. But he did not turn around immediately, because he knew who the voice belonged to. Standing in the void, he pointed down and asked, "Is all this real or just illusionary?" "It's real. And it's also illusionary." A petite figure walked over to him slowly and stopped next to him, her beautiful eyes looking down, watching the scene with Xianxia. Xianxia turned to look at her in curiosity. "Please explain." "There is falseness in the truth, and there is truth in the false." The woman winked at him a little playfully. This was an expression she had never shown before, and Xianxia was taken aback. Xianxia continued to look at her without saying a word. The woman continued, "This war is real. There really was such a battle between the two races in the ancient times. It's not much different from what you are seeing before your eyes, only on a larger scale." Xianxia frowned. "Then what about Shaman Yo?" "It's exactly because there were countless Shaman Yos in that war that this land could be preserved and the demons were forced to retreat." Xianxia exclaimed, "So what I saw and experienced as Shaman Yo is just a kind of summary?" "Exactly." Xianxia nodded. "I understand. Everything I experienced was just an illusion. But this illusion is not an empty fantasy, but instead based on the reality of the ancient past. This illusion had lasted quite a while, a full 2 years in fact. But Xianxia believed that it was impossible for such a war to have ended in just 2 years. It could have been 20 years or maybe even 200 years, but all of that had been condensed into a short 2-year summary for him. "Yes, and congratulations on your contributions in this war." The woman pursed her lips and smiled. Xianxia sneered. "I died. There is nothing to congratulate me on. Only in this world. You are still alive. The woman chuckled slightly. Yang Kai shook his head and continued, I want to see the final result of this war. The woman nodded gently, stretching out her hand to touch the void. In the next moment, Yang Kai seemed to have turned into a deity, and everything below simply played out before him as he wished. First, it was the two worlds passage that connected the two great worlds. After great demon god destroyed demon Saint Mo Duo and Shaman Yo, his palm continued to press downward. However, the sacrifice of Mo Duo and Shaman Yo was not without effect. A hole was punctured into the huge palm, and a large amount of demon chi gushed out and was absorbed by the surrounding void, greatly reducing the power of the huge palm. And as the giant palm continued pressing down, its power became weaker and weaker. In the end, when the giant palm collided with the tree crown, it still shook the world. The huge tree crown cracked, and countless broken branches and fallen leaves scattered in the wind as its mighty trunk splintered and split, as if it might collapse at any time. But the evergreen divine tree only swayed for a moment before it stabilized again. Emerald green light bloomed from every leaf and branch of the evergreen divine tree, releasing an amazing aura of vitality. The crown of the tree that had already touched the top of the two worlds passage soared as if it was going through a growth spurt and immediately blocked all cracks in the sky. Immediately afterwards, countless emerald green lights flew towards the sky like fireflies, rushing into the sealed boundary and disappearing. The two worlds passage was soon flooded with the same emerald green light. The life essence that the evergreen divine tree had accumulated for tens of thousands of years shrunk rapidly, its life aura all being transformed into emerald green light, which was used to seal the two worlds passage. When the two worlds passage was completely flooded by countless emerald green lights, the tall sacred tree suddenly shook and its branches fell off, leaving only a bare trunk. The two worlds passage gradually shrank under the influence of the inexplicable force, and finally closed and disappeared. The entire process took quite a long time, but after the green light faded, the evergreen divine tree seemed to have lost all its vitality. The trunk of the tree that connected heaven and earth had turned into dust and scattered into the wind. The evergreen divine tree, Senior Qing, had sacrificed his life for the world, sealing the two worlds passage. All the barbarians cheered in ecstatic surprise at this scene, while the demons, who were still fighting, looked grief-stricken as if their parents had just died. Losing the connection to the demon realm was a huge blow to the strength and morale of all the demons, whether it was the miscellaneous warriors or the demon kings. It seemed that they could no longer perform at their best. The barbarians fought back and killed countless enemies, and the stalemate of the Battle of the Saints was finally broken. The four demon saints gradually lost their footing and fled in embarrassment as the shaman saints chased after them. Half a day later, two demon saints were beheaded and killed on the spot. The other two demon saints knew that the situation was beyond salvation and split up to escape. The shaman saints chased each of them separately. The demon saints either fled or died, while the demons under their command were even more helpless. The war was over, and all that was left was to clean up the battlefield. Yang Kai retracted his gaze and let out a soft breath. He had seen the result of this two races' great war, and as expected, the ancient barbarian race won after paying a huge price, and the invaders were exterminated. As for the two escaped demon saints, even if they were exceptionally powerful, there was no place for them to hide in this world. Taken as a whole, this training experience was very successful. Yang Kai had gained a lot, especially his understanding of shamanic spells from ancient times, which was incomparable to anything recorded in the ancient books. The only flaw was that Shaman Yo died. But in that situation, Yang Kai, as Shaman Yo, could not think of a better way to resolve the great demon god's last attack. Now, there was only one last question left. Yang Kai turned to the petite woman beside him and asked seriously, "Who are you? What should I call you, or should I just call you like before?" Taya. Taya smiled, as if she was aware of the dissatisfaction in Yang Kai's heart, and responded gently, "I am a witness and recorder of history. What you have experienced is only a drop of water in the ocean that I have recorded. Did you create this dream world?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Taya shook her head. I'm only responsible for witnessing and recording. What kind of dream world one encounters here entirely depends on his own choice. Yang Kai frowned. I don't remember choosing anything. After he entered here, he woke up as Anyo in Blue South Village. Since when did he ever have a choice? Taya smiled lightly. Something in you made the best choice for you. Yang Kai thought for a while, before positing, the ancient demon chi? Only the ancient demon chi had something to do with the dream world of the two races' great war. As soon as he spoke, he was suddenly shocked as he recalled breaking the gold and silver seal in his dantian. He had used his demon transformation, but now did not feel much discomfort. He wanted to check his state, but he did not even have a body now, only a form similar to a soul avatar that allowed him to communicate with Taya, so he could not check his situation at all. Taya seemed to be aware of his thoughts and reassured him, don't worry. What you're experiencing now is just a moment in time. You can deal with your difficulties after you go out. Yang Kai nodded and pondered for a moment before he continued. You said that you are a witness and recorder of history. I assume that you are the dream world itself. Taya's eyes flashed as she looked at him appreciatively. You're quite sharp. Yes. I am the manifestation of the dream world itself. Yang Kai pressed on. Everyone who comes here will experience a different dream world, right? What I have experienced is the invasion of the demon race, the two races' great war. If other people come, they may experience something else, yes. Correct. Taya smiled gently, thinking it was easy to talk with smart people. This time you experienced the two races' great war. Perhaps the next time you enter, you will experience something completely different. Everything has a cause and effect. Does this sealed world have a name? Yang Kai asked curiously. Thousand Illusion Dream World. Taya answered, her petite body suddenly transforming into a flash of light. Yang Kai was slightly shocked but soon calmed down as he saw a massive butterfly gently floating in front of him. The place where Taya originally stood was now occupied by a colorful butterfly as big as a house. The bright patterns on Taya's butterfly body exuded a sense of extreme beauty as she gently flapped her wings, creating a fluttering of fluorescence, looking exceptionally mesmerizing. Taya's voice echoed from the butterfly. I am the Thousand Illusions butterfly, the ruler of this sealed world. So you are the key to open this sealed world. A sudden realization dawned on Yang Kai. Princess Lan Sun told Yang Kai once before that many of the sealed worlds in the 50 layers of the 5-colored treasure pagoda could only be opened with a specific key. For example, the Grand Illusion Realm she once mentioned could only be unlocked with the Golden Armor Heavenly Book. Since Star Soul Palace's Tan Junhao was killed by Yang Kai in Flowing Shadow City, and the Golden Armor Heavenly Book fell into the latter's hands, a number of disciples of Star Soul Palace who were training in the Grand Illusion Realm had become trapped and were unable to leave. In order to reclaim the Golden Armor Heavenly Book, Star Soul Palace had to agree to Yang Kai's request to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda for a 1-month training. The key to the Grand Illusion Realm was the Golden Armor Heavenly Book, and the key to the Thousand Illusions dream world that Yang Kai experienced was Taya, which was also the Thousand Illusions butterfly that she had transformed into. Taya giggled. Key? I'm not just the key. As I told you just now, I'm the dream world itself. Yang Kai did not know the difference, but instinctively felt that the so-called Thousand Illusion butterfly seemed to be higher grade than the Grand Illusion Realm mentioned by Lan Sun and nodded. I've roughly understood, but since you are in control of this sealed world, why did you appear next to me as Taya? Were you watching me? Taya replied, I can easily know everything in the sealed world without actively monitoring anything. As for why, you can think of it as a whim. I've been sleeping for a very long time and only awoke after you arrived. Oh! Yang Kai raised his brow and continued excitedly. So what's special about me to you? Can I take you away with me? After a pause, he rephrased, would you like to come with me? If he could take Taya with him, he could control this sealed world. Moreover, it was a sealed world that was changeable and suitable for all realms of cultivators to enter and train. As Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai had to consider many things for the future. Every great sect had its own heritage and foundation, such as the 5-colored treasure pagoda of Star Soul Palace, the divine ascension mirror of Azure Sun Temple, the outer astral wind of Orthodoxy Temple, and the martial intent temple of heavenly martial Holy Land. Each of these played its own irreplaceable role and contributed unimaginable benefits to the development of its respective sect. The strength of a sect was not just based on the few masters who oversaw it, but also the future development and the growth of its disciples. High Heaven Palace was not short of masters now, with several monster kings as high-rank guest elders under Xianxia's command, an emperor array master, an emperor alchemist, an emperor artifact refiner. There were also the cross-territory space arrays that connected the North and South territories, so cultivation resources would not be a problem in the near future. Xianxia was also still thinking about Tianyan. If he could help Tianyan obtain a physical body, allowing him to leave the divine ascension mirror, there would be a master as strong as a great emperor protecting High Heaven Palace. Even if it was not a real great emperor sect, by that point it would not be much worse than one. What High Heaven Palace lacked now was assets that could assist the growth of the disciples of future generations. The Thousand Illusions dream world was undoubtedly an excellent choice in this regard. Therefore, Xianxia wanted to take it away. The Thousand Illusions dream world was one of the many sealed worlds on the 50 layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, while Taya was the sealed world itself and the key too. As long as he could take Taya away with him, High Heaven Palace would have its own sealed world in the future. As for whether he would be found out or stopped by Star Soul Palace, Xianxia did not think that he had to be worried about it. There were so many sealed worlds in the 50 layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, some of which could not even be opened or found by the people of Star Soul Palace. Therefore, Star Soul Palace definitely would not notice even if he had borrowed one from it. In any case, would it matter if they really noticed? This was something Xianxia gained from his experience here. So Star Soul Palace could not bully and force him to leave it here. That would soil the reputation of Star Soul Palace. With this in mind, Xianxia asked this question while at the same time he started thinking of ways he could persuade Taya if she refused him, though he was not sure what he was supposed to offer to entice her. Sure, Taya answered softly. Wah, what? Xianxia was flabbergasted. He did not expect Taya would agree so easily. The words of persuasion that he prepared in his mind immediately rotted in his stomach. I said sure, Taya repeated. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, because he could not react to Taya's sudden agreement. On the contrary, Taya noticed his concerns and continued with a smile. I sense that history will be transformed around you, so I need to record that. Therefore, it's inconvenient for me to stay in this place. Xianxia grinned. I don't know what the future looks like, but I think my future should be very interesting. You may be able to record a lot of things. I hope so. Xianxia reached out his hand to Taya, who gently flapped her colorful wings as her beautiful body suddenly turned into a stream of light and landed on his palm. Xianxia held her gently and as he looked down, saw a small and dainty butterfly hairpin in his hand, one that looked exactly like the Thousand Illusions butterfly that Taya transformed into, only many times smaller. Taya disappeared, turning into a key in the shape of a butterfly in Xianxia's hand. Everything around him suddenly distorted and became blindingly bright. Then, Xianxia felt an irresistible force pulling him in an unknown direction, as if trying to draw him out. He could not resist this force, so he could only be vigilant about it. With a rumbling sound, Xianxia felt that his soul seemed to be traveling across an endless space-time tunnel, and suddenly came to a familiar residence. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was to check if his soul had returned to his flesh. But his physical condition was truly looking quite bad. He was currently wrapped in a rich demon chi that gave off an extremely malevolent aura. This wicked aura impacted his soul and psyche and threatened to demonize him at any moment. Although he used his demon transformation in the Thousand Illusions dream world, his body in real life responded in the same way too. In other words, although the training in that Thousand Illusions dream world was only an elaborate illusion of sorts, there was still an inextricable link between what happened there and his real body. For example, in this situation, Xianxia's actual physique had used his demon transformation when he did so in the dream world. There was no time to worry about the details, though as Xianxia hurriedly pushed the power of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea to shield his soul and consciousness before he immersed himself in the small sealed world, drawing out the sealing power of the firmament tree in the medicine garden and pouring it into his body. The two gold and silver lights rapidly gushed out and flowed through the meridians of his whole body. Under the miraculous gold and silver sealing power, the demon chi surging in every part of his body seemed to have encountered its nemesis and rushed back into his dantian, as if it were a panicked rabbit avoiding the pursuit of a falcon. After spending a little time, Xianxia finally managed to seal the demon chi again and restore his normal condition. This action used up all the sealing power that the firmament tree had accumulated with difficulty. The gold and silver colors could no longer be seen on the firmament tree, which was planted in the medicine garden of the sealed world bead. Instead, it looked a little wilted, and Xianxia figured he must have drawn too much power from it. With a small sigh, Xianxia stretched his hand and took out a jade bottle in which there was a drop of viscous liquid. It was the supreme divine water. Xianxia had managed to trade with an Emperor Realm Master who went to the Azure Sun Temple to participate in his grand canonization ceremony not too long ago for this treasure, but he did not expect it to come in handy so soon. The supreme divine water could promote the growth of spirit herbs, greatly shortening their maturation period. However, such a treasure was rare and valuable, and only a few people could get their hands on it by luck. The sealing power of the firmament tree was exhausted, and Xianxia had to plan early and use the supreme divine water to replenish its reserves. Otherwise, if he was forced to use his demon transformation again, he would not have any sealing power to relieve himself from the crisis. After using his demon transformation several times, Xianxia found that the more he unsealed the ancient demon chi, the more sealing power was needed to reseal it. According to his estimation, he would only be able to transform another 2 or 3 times at most before he would no longer be able to seal the ancient demon chi. After that, he would be reduced to a mindless demon forever if he were to use his demon transformation. Perhaps, the dragon transformation secret technique could be used as a way to counter this issue. When he used his dragon transformation secret technique during his demon transformation, his mind was much clearer than the previous 2 transformations. It was apparent that the dragon transformation secret technique had some ability to restrain the side effects of his demon transformation. At the very least, he was able to maintain his consciousness without losing himself. Should he finally agree to Zhu Qing's request and visit Dragon Island with her? There were a large number of dragon blood flowers on Dragon Island that could be harvested and refined into dragon blood pills, which could help him perfect his dragon transformation secret technique. However, Zhu Qing went to the frozen earth in the far north, and there had been no news from her so far. So Xianxia didn't even know if she was dead or alive. He shook off these thoughts and checked his condition again. There were no big issues with his physical body. It was only slightly weakened after the demon chi crisis. He only needed a few days of cultivation to recuperate. On the contrary, Xianxia was rather shocked at the trauma on his soul. Although everything he experienced was just an illusion, his soul had taken part in everything in the Thousand Illusions dream world. And in that lifelike environment, Xianxia had completely forgotten his original identity and came to think of himself as Shaman Nyo. All of the damage suffered by Shaman Nyo had directly and intuitively affected his soul. The terrifying battle with Mo Duo had caused him serious injuries, but the horrifying attack by Great Demon God from across worlds at the last moment was even more unimaginable. Xianxia highly doubted that he would have survived if his soul was not being protected by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. This supreme treasure was the one that kept his soul intact and allowed him to return to reality. If anyone else encountered something like that, they would definitely not be able to return alive. All illusions could confuse truth with falsehood, not to mention a top-grade sealed world like the Thousand Illusions dream world. Xianxia felt an instinctual sense of fear, and at the same time, unspeakable exhaustion swept over him, making him want to pass out and fall asleep immediately. However, he still remembered that he was in the territory of another, and he had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda more than 2 years ago, completely breaking the agreement he had with Star Soul Palace, so he did not know what kind of inquiries he would be facing after going out. He opened his hand and found that the butterfly-shaped key was still resting on it, its cold touch assuring Xianxia that everything he had experienced before was not just a dream, but was something that really happened. Taya had transformed into a butterfly, which then transformed into a key before him. He called out softly, but there was no response. The once vivid butterfly was now like a cold, dead object, without even the slightest spirituality. Yang Kai could not even detect the slightest trace of anything out of the ordinary from it. The butterfly key at this moment looked like something that could be seen at a roadside stall. Except for its novelty in design, there was nothing unusual about it. However, this was actually an entire sealed world. With it, the future development of High Heaven Palace would be even better. Yang Kai closed his hand around it before carefully placing it into the sealed world bead. Slowly, Yang Kai got up and looked around, soon realizing that he was in a hall that looked somewhat familiar. There was nothing but a glimmering door not far away. Even after pondering carefully, Yang Kai just could not remember when the last time he had been to this place was, or even where this was. However, the radiating door should be the exit. He took a deep breath, then took a step forward. His vision blurred as he passed through the door and arrived at another place. The extremely fierce power fluctuations surrounding Yang Kai startled him, and he instinctually thought someone was attacking him. But in the next moment, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. "Senior brother Yang, you came out?" Yang Kai squinted slightly, his eyes following the voice and soon landing on a beautiful, elegant, and somewhat pale face. He could not help being in a daze, as if he was still trapped in the identity of Shaman Yo. 2 years was neither long nor short, but in that ancient world, Yang Kai experienced an entire cycle of growth from weak to strong, life and death. It was a splendid life, and it diluted his memory of other things. At this moment, he still could not completely distinguish the boundary between reality and fantasy. Princess Lan Sun. Yang Kai finally saw the person's face clearly and blurted the name as soon as it popped into his mind. This name gradually overlapped with the figure in front of him, finally allowing him to confirm the identity of the person. The smile on Lan Sun's face slowly receded, obviously sensing Yang Kai's abnormality, and asked worriedly, "Senior brother Yang, are you injured?" At the same time, Lan Sun noticed Yang Kai's estrangement. This estrangement was not intentional, but was revealed unintentionally. It was as though she and Yang Kai were meeting for the first time, like they were strangers unfamiliar with one another. Lan Sun felt this was incredibly odd as, although she and Yang Kai had not been particularly close to each other, they had at least met several times. She was even the one who came to deal with the issue regarding the Golden Armor Heavenly Book, so logically speaking, Yang Kai's attitude towards her should not be like this. A majestic gaze surrounded Yang Kai, examining him, but they did not find anything special, except that he seemed quite frail, like he was severely injured and exhausted. This was inevitable though, as the 5-colored treasure pagoda was part of the foundation of Star Soul Palace. Although disciples could gain many benefits from exploring it, doing so came with a certain degree of danger. Each time it was opened, several disciples would fall inside. Yang Kai's injuries and frailty could not be more normal. "It's just a small injury, nothing to worry about." Yang Kai mustered a laugh as his memories were slowly recovering, gradually removing the influence of Shaman Yo's existence on him. He then addressed Lan Sun. "Was junior sister Lan waiting for me here all this time?" Smiling at him, calling her junior sister again, Lan Sun replied, "I only just came out. I didn't mean to wait for you." Yang Kai was startled. Junior sister Lan has only just come out? He could not help feeling a little lost. What happened to Lan Sun while he was held in the Thousand Illusions dream world for more than 2 years? What happened to Lan Sun that she had only just come out? Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have realized something and swept his surroundings before asking, "Where are Brother Lei and Brother Xiao?" He recalled that many entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda for training, and originally it was not the opening date of the 5-colored treasure pagoda yet, but the schedule was moved up because of the agreement with Yang Kai. This also benefited many Star Soul Palace disciples, allowing them to enter ahead of time to gain experience. At this moment, many of them had come out and were gathered in small groups to share their experiences. The joyful expressions on the faces of some were an obvious sign that they had gained much, while the dejected expressions on others probably meant that they were less than pleased with their outcome. They had gone through so much for nothing and had wasted an opportunity. Seeing Yang Kai chatting with Lan Sun though, many Star Soul Palace disciples glared at him, seemingly resisting the urge to run up and beat him up. Yang Kai, however, did not see Lei Ting and Xiao Chun. Lan Sun answered, "They are still inside. They should be coming out soon. The pagoda is about to close, so they won't have a choice either way." Slightly startled, Yang Kai asked curiously, "How long has it been since we entered the pagoda?" Lan Sun looked at him with puzzlement, not knowing why he asked such a question, but still replied, "Including today, exactly 1 month. 1 month. Yang Kai could not believe his ears. He obviously spent more than 2 years in the Thousand Illusions dream world, but it was actually only 5 days. In reality, he remembered when he entered the sealed world on the 5th layer of the pagoda, there were only 5 days left before the closing date of the pagoda, whereas a month referred to the time from the opening to the closing of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. He subconsciously squeezed his hand, but there was already nothing there. It seemed the Thousand Illusions dream world had the magical effect of distorting time. A whole 2 years of experience had been compressed into just 5 days. This was incredible, not something achievable by ordinary means even in an illusion. Yang Kai already had a high evaluation of the Thousand Illusions dream world, but now it seemed that he was still underestimating this sealed world. The time principles involved with it alone had given invaluable worth to the Thousand Illusions dream world. Yang Kai's silence worried Lan Sun, and she couldn't help asking, "Senior brother Yang, are you alright?" "I'm fine, just a little tired." Yang Kai forced a slight smile, but his words were a great oversimplification. He was thoroughly exhausted, and the trauma on his soul and the exhaustion on his body could not be restored in short order. He suspected that this exhaustion was caused by living 2 years' worth of experiences in just 5 days. To prevent Lan Sun from suspecting anything though, Yang Kai quickly changed the subject. "What are Elder Xiao and the others doing?" As soon as he walked out of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai discovered that several Third-Order Emperor Realm Elders of Star Soul Palace had all joined forces to channel some kind of secret technique, the target of which was the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Based on the expressions of Xiao Yuyang and the others, it seemed like they had been maintaining this state for quite some time, and despite their great strength, they seemed to be barely hanging on at this moment. Lan Sun answered, "There seems to be something wrong with the 4th layer of the pagoda. Many small worlds were shattered, which caused some impact on the structure of the pagoda itself. Uncle Xiao and the others have been doing everything they can to stabilize the pagoda until everyone exits. Otherwise, once the space collapses, the people inside will be trapped." A drop of cold sweat silently trickled down Yang Kai's back as he asked in as calm a voice as possible, "How could a treasure like the 5-colored treasure pagoda have such a problem?" Lan Sun looked in the direction of the pagoda and shook her head. "I don't know either. I've never encountered such a thing before." Yang Kai laughed awkwardly. "Then I must have bad luck to encounter such a problem my first time coming here." He dared not say too much. Fortunately, his current state was quite weak, so even if his expression was a bit difficult, he would not attract too much attention. Given that the problem of the 4th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda was due to the shattering of small worlds, Yang Kai knew that it must have something to do with him. He had collected a tremendous amount of world principles into his sealed world beads on the 4th layer, destroying those shattered worlds, an outcome that he had never expected. Fortunately, the consequences did not seem to be irreparable or too serious. As they were talking, 2 figures flashed in front of the pagoda's entrance. It was Xiao Chun and Lei Ting who came out together. They also entered the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but they had their own opportunities. By the look of their faces, one could guess who had gained and who had suffered a loss. Xiao Chun looked gleeful and was full of self-confidence, obviously having benefited greatly from the 5th layer. Lei Ting's face, on the other hand, was gloomy and his aura was weak. His injuries looked more serious than Yang Kai's, so perhaps he had suffered some setbacks. Nevertheless, both setbacks and benefits were parts of the growth that cultivators must experience. With perseverance, one could turn setbacks into valuable experience, as well as a driving force to progress further on the path of cultivation. Xiao Chun and Lei Ting were the last to come out, so after the two appeared, Xiao Yuyang bellowed, Everyone, leave here now. The Star Soul Palace disciples received the order, saluted the four elders, and dispersed. Yang Kai and Lan Xun also left together. Not far away, Yang Kai suddenly felt an extremely strong power fluctuation coming out of the void. When he turned around, he saw a moonlight-like radiance coming out from somewhere in Star Soul Palace, striking right at the middle of the five-colored treasure pagoda. This radiance was not an attack, but rather some kind of miraculous technique. After the light arrived, Xiao Yang and the others turned solemn, quickly weaving all kinds of hand seals while stabilizing the five-colored treasure pagoda. Yang Kai's face turned solemn. He knew that the moonlight-like radiance was the great emperor taking action. In the Thousand Illusions dream world, he also faced and fought with someone who was on par with a great emperor, so he was naturally familiar with this level of strength. Demon Saint Mo Duo was comparable to the existence of a great emperor, and Yang Kai had a life-or-death battle against him. Back then, during the fight between heaven-devouring Great Emperor and bustling world Great Emperor in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai was lucky enough to encounter it and play some small role at its conclusion, but saying he actually fought would be an exaggeration. Furthermore, the two great emperors could not unleash their full strength at that time. But the experience in the dream world was different. Even if it was all an illusion, it had a basis in reality. In other words, the power released by Mo Duo was the true strength of a great emperor. Yang Kai had used all his means without any reservation, yet he was still no match for him. If Mo Duo had not underestimated Yang Kai so greatly in the early stages of the fight, and allowed him to perform so many secret techniques, and if his focus had not been on stopping the evergreen divine tree in the later stage, Yang Kai's odds of surviving would have absolutely been less than 30%, while winning was simply impossible. Even so, Yang Kai could not hold him back, and in the end, he had to rely on some deception and tricks to drag him into resisting Great Demon God's cross-world attack. This was an extremely valuable memory and experience. As long as Yang Kai could absorb the experience of that battle, he believed his strength would improve notably. At this moment, the Great Emperor's technique was so mysterious that Yang Kai could not even compare it with Mo Duo's, because he could feel that the Bright Moon Great Emperor was definitely stronger than Mo Duo. Lan Xun also stopped her feet and turned around to look at the moonlight-like radiance, pursing her lips with bitterness because she had not seen her father in a long time. Junior sister Lan. Yang Kai suddenly called out, "It's time for me to leave." He destroyed many small worlds on the fourth layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, and Xiao Yang and the other elders surely suspected him. When Yang Kai came out just now, the few Third-Order Emperor Realm elders had all been observing him. However, as long as Yang Kai did not admit to anything, they could not blame him, so they could only let him leave. Nevertheless, the butterfly hairpin in his possession was the key to the Thousand Illusions dream world, a sealed world that technically belonged to Star Soul Palace. To put it nicely, it was Yang Kai's opportunity, but to put it bluntly, he was stealing. Yang Kai naturally did not want to stay longer and draw unwanted attention from Star Soul Palace after stealing from them, not to mention that he still had something else to do. Lan Xun looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Is senior brother Yang leaving now?" I have a prior appointment to keep. But senior brother Yang, you seem to be hurt. Are you sure you don't want to rest here for a day or two before you leave?" Lan Xun asked with concern. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm fine. My injuries only need some time to heal." There was no trauma in his body, and the injury to his soul could not be recovered with rest alone. Fortunately, he had the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, so all he needed was time. "I see." Lan Xun did not try to convince him further, as she saw that he had made up his mind to leave, so she just smiled happily and said, "In that case, junior sister won't keep senior brother Yang any further. Senior brother Yang, be safe." Yang Kai replied, "About the elders." Lan Xun smiled. "I will inform them when they are finished. Many thanks." Yang Kai cupped his fist, then turned around and flew out of Star Soul Palace. Lan Xun stood in place, only leaving after watching his back disappear out of her vision. Not far away, Xiao Chun, who had been secretly observing them, was slightly relieved. After leaving Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai checked his directions before flying straight towards the location of Thousand Leaves Sect. His soul was still injured, so he did not fly quickly. On his way, he recalled all the scenes of his battle with Mo and studied them intently, trying to think of what different approaches he could have taken. He gained a lot through this trip into the Thousand Illusions dream world, with the fight against Mo being just one of his gains. He had actually gained so much he hadn't had time to digest everything yet. As such, he needed to spend some time sorting out the memories in his mind. Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed something and stopped in his tracks to stare ahead. A man stood midair before him, a young and handsome man who seemed no older than 20. He carried one hand behind his back and put the other hand naturally on his abdomen, behavior more appropriate for an old man that did not match his appearance at all. Yang Kai put on a serious expression, because he found that this young man's aura was unreadable. He could not sense anything about this person, and even his eyes felt like they couldn't clearly see his real appearance. Even though his soul was injured now, any ordinary Emperor Realm Masters would not be able to conceal themselves before him like this, since his soul was far more powerful than his realm would suggest. However, just now, Yang Kai had not noticed anything at all. It was as if this man had suddenly appeared in front of him without any prior signs. There were only two possibilities: either the other party's cultivation was much higher than his own, or he was using some kind of special artifact. Yang Kai looked at the other party, who was also looking at him, with an unfathomable smile on his face. Yang Kai did not feel good about this smile and frowned and asked, "What's the matter, friend?" The man simply opened his mouth and spat out a word that frightened Yang Kai to the core. "Bind!" 10,000 principles seemed to obey this one word. Yang Kai's body suddenly stiffened as he inexplicably felt that the surrounding space solidified around him like a thick rope, tying him up tightly. At this moment, he was petrified to a point that even making a small movement with his finger had become extremely difficult for him. Yang Kai was aghast, as he had not felt any trace of his opponent using a secret technique or divine ability. All of this seemed to simply be a manifestation of his will through his words. This was unachievable by any third-order Emperor Realm Master. In fact, there was only one kind of master in this world who could do this. Given that this place was near Star Soul Palace, the identity of this young man became obvious. "You?" Yang Kai was shocked and angry at the same time. He did not expect that such a supreme master would stop and attack him here. What did this mean? If he wanted to make a move, he had a lot of opportunities when Yang Kai was still in the Star Soul Palace earlier, so why intercept him outside? Furthermore, as someone with such status, what could he gain from acting stealthily? Yang Kai did not understand, and he did not have time to think about it. As soon as he spoke, with a flash before his eyes, the young man who was 1,000 meters away a moment ago appeared right in front of him like a ghost, scaring the wits out of Yang Kai. He finally experienced the feeling of those enemies who were caught off guard by him using his space techniques. The two were now face to face, but the young man did not do anything, simply continuing to quietly observe Yang Kai with a calm and relaxed smile. Looking into the man's eyes, Yang Kai felt like he could see two full moons blooming with astonishing light. Under the shadow of this light, everything about Yang Kai seemed to be revealed, all his secrets open and exposed without any way to hide from this man's eyes. Yang Kai was infuriated. Although he knew who the opponent was, he still did not allow anyone to pry on his secrets. He was immobilized and could not think as quickly as he normally would, but Yang Kai still managed to mount a forceful resistance. He madly surged his spiritual energy, and the 7-colored soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea suddenly started to rotate wildly, like a spinning top, rotating faster and faster. A 7-colored glow exploded and filled his entire knowledge sea. A shower of moonlight descended upon Yang Kai's knowledge sea from above, and initially, everything that was shone upon by the moonlight was revealed. But at this moment, the 7-colored glow actually swept out and dispersed that moonlight. The young man let out a light sound of surprise, as he obviously did not expect Yang Kai to still have the power to fight back against his investigation. Yang Kai grunted as blood leaked from his 7 orifices. His already pale complexion suddenly became even paler, and he shuddered unsteadily as if he might fall down at any time. The young man was taken aback and quickly retrieved his divine sense. He had no malice towards Yang Kai, but he had to clarify something, and it was inconvenient for him to investigate due to his identity, so he could only intercept him here. He just wanted to use some small means to investigate Yang Kai, but did not expect the latter to fight back so desperately, and to even somewhat succeed in resisting. This was quite awkward. After his first move failed, the young man would not be able to make another one, so he flickered and appeared 1,000 meters away as if he had never moved. Standing where he had from the start, Yang Kai glared at this newcomer in anger, pushing the power of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus to its limit to protect his soul and knowledge sea. He would not let slip any secrets unless the other party was willing to knock him down. The opponent was definitely capable of this, but Yang Kai would not give in easily. This scene resembled the scene of a rabbit facing its predator, a falcon that was about to swoop down at it from the sky. No matter how much he bared his teeth, it would not do much, and the falcon would still grab the rabbit with its talons, fly up high, and drop it to its death on the ground. The young man watched Yang Kai for a short time before suddenly letting out a sigh and, turning his gaze to the sky, muttered as if he was talking to the air, "The weather is nice today." After saying so, he stepped forward and suddenly disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision without a trace. Yang Kai maintained his vigilance, sweeping his divine sense to cover the surrounding several kilometers for quite some time before he was convinced that the young man was really gone. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and relax his guard. An unimaginable feeling of exhaustion swept over Yang Kai like a tide in the next moment, causing him to stagger in the air involuntarily and almost fall on his head. With difficulty, he steadied himself before reaching up to wipe the blood from his face before frowning. That person suddenly intercepted him and even used a divine ability to probe into his knowledge sea. But in the end, it had only been some loud thunder and no rain, which puzzled and surprised Yang Kai. Did he come here deliberately just to say, "The weather is nice today"? That was obviously impossible. After thinking for a while though, the frown on Yang Kai's face gradually dissipated and was slowly replaced by a laugh. The more he laughed, the more cheerful he became, and in the end, every bit of worry and burden in his heart were completely relieved. Yang Kai now somewhat understood the matter regarding that person. He had taken away the 1,000 Illusions dream world from the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, and as the true master of Star Soul Palace and the owner of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the great emperor must have noticed something, but he could not fully understand it. That was why he needed to investigate. However, Yang Kai was not a Star Soul Palace disciple, and he was only allowed to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda because of the previous agreement, so neither the great emperor nor the elders could request Yang Kai to proactively explain his experiences inside. If Yang Kai was just an ordinary emperor realm master, there may be many secret techniques that could be used by Star Soul Palace that would make him unknowingly reveal the existence of the 1,000 Illusions dream world. But as of now, Yang Kai was also an Azure Sun Temple elder. As the overlord and guardian of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace could not throw its weight around haphazardly in this situation. Therefore, the great emperor took action personally, and the location he picked was not inside Star Soul Palace's borders, but just outside, a way to silently indicate that, officially, this had nothing to do with Star Soul Palace. He did not report his origins due to the same consideration, and even though Yang Kai clearly identified him, he did not expose him, the two of them maintaining a kind of mutual understanding to reduce the issues here to a minimum. The matter was now settled. The great emperor himself failed to obtain any useful information, or it could be said that the great emperor did not force Yang Kai to reveal what he did and knew. After this incident, Star Soul Palace would no longer pursue Yang Kai regarding his experience and gains in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. In other words, Star Soul Palace and Bright Moon Great Emperor would close one eye about anything Yang Kai took away from the 5-colored treasure pagoda. It was precisely because Yang Kai realized this that his mood was suddenly lifted. He was somewhat worried before because he took something of theirs without permission. As such, in the future, he could only use the 1,000 Illusions dream world in secret when he took it back to High Heaven Palace, and its existence could not be exposed openly. But with what happened just now, the 1,000 Illusions dream world could now be used openly, and even if Star Soul Palace found out later, they would not be able to say anything. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that he should actually be grateful to the great emperor for all his consideration. With the great emperor's strength and abilities, it would not be impossible for him to forcefully break through the defenses of Xianxia's knowledge sea. But he stopped after just touching upon it, fully displaying the demeanor of a senior master. Xianxia thus had a good impression of him. The phrase, "the weather is nice today," was probably also the great emperor's acknowledgement of his helplessness and awkwardness. Xianxia kept laughing, but he suddenly could not laugh anymore. He touched under his nose and felt warm blood trickling down incessantly. The consumption of his spiritual energy during this period was too great, especially with his soul already in an injured and exhausted state. If he was not protected by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, he would already have degenerated into an idiot. Oh. For a journey that would usually only take a few days, Xianxia took more than 10, staggering and stumbling all the way. The former site of Thousand Leaves sect was still just a blasted ruin. Xianxia arrived at the familiar mountain valley, surged his space principles, and entered Emperor Heaven Valley. Emperor Heaven Valley was an independent small world. Currently, apart from Xianxia, no one else in this world could freely enter and exit this place. But at this moment, there was a figure near the entrance of the Emperor Heaven Valley. The man had Emperor Realm Cultivation, and he was drawing something on the ground of an open space, frowning sometimes, widening his eyes sometimes, then smiling sometimes. The expressions on his face were ever-changing. He seemed to be immersed in his own world, unable to extricate himself. He did not even notice when Xianxia approached. It was not until Xianxia cleared his throat lightly that this man woke up from his dazed focus. At first, he frowned, as anger appeared on his face. He was obviously mad for being interrupted, but after seeing Xianxia, all the displeasure disappeared immediately and he greeted him with a smile. "Palace Master." And Xianxia nodded lightly, glancing casually at the things he drew on the ground, and found that the drawings had something to do with the cross-territory space array. There was only one person in all of High Heaven Palace who would be able to immerse himself in the world of spirit arrays to the point of not being able to extricate themselves. Chief Array Master Nanmen de Jun. When Xianxia sent Bian Yuqing back to the Northern Territory to join High Heaven Palace, he asked her to relay a message to Nanmen de Jun to come here. It seemed that the Emperor Array Master had been here for a while, and decided to do some studying on his own while waiting for Xianxia. "Did you bring it?" Xianxia asked. Nanmen de Jun froze for a moment but recovered quickly. Taking out a jade slip, he handed it to Xianxia and explained, "Palace Master, I engraved all the information about the spirit array inside. You can read it slowly during your journey, but Palace Master, I have to remind you that this spirit array is quite wicked. Whoever arranged the spirit array must not be a good person. It would be best to be on guard." "Noted." Xianxia nodded. Nanmen de Jun took out something else next. Resting on the palm of his hand was an extraordinary-looking, smooth, shimmering spindle-shaped object, one he handed to Xianxia. "What's this?" Xianxia asked curiously. Nanmen de Jun chuckled. "Didn't Palace Master ask Hoyu to refine a flight-type artifact? This is it." "So fast." Xianxia took the flight-type artifact in surprise and examined it a bit before revealing a shocked expression. "Is this an Emperor-grade artifact?" It had not been long since he brought Hoyu back to High Heaven Palace, and although he assigned her the task of refining a flight-type artifact for him, Xianxia thought it would take a few years to refine a decent ship. But how long had it been? It hadn't even been half a year since he made the request, probably 3 or 4 months at most. Nanmen de Jun smiled. Even though Xiao Ho doesn't have the best character, she's definitely a Grandmaster artifact refiner, and we have no shortage of materials in High Heaven Palace now. After giving her so much to work with, how could she not refine something good? Xiao Ho also said that there's still room for improvement for this artifact. So when Palace Master has the time, you should let her upgrade it for you. She's not still thinking about escaping, right? Xianxia smiled slightly, slowly sinking his mind into the flight-type artifact in his hand, revealing a look of satisfaction. Nanmen de Jun snickered, clearly taking pleasure in another's misfortune as he explained, "The 3 monster kings are taking turns guarding her. If she dared to escape, they would have broken her legs. The monster kings are not to be trifled with." The Monster King's respect was only for Xianxia, and also Heaven's order and the divine spirit sources she could grant them access to, but they had no reservations towards any other. Even Emperor Array Masters, Emperor Alchemists, and Emperor Artifact Refiners were nothing in the eyes of the Monster Kings. There were no such titles among the monster race. To them, only the strongest deserved respect. With the 3 Monster Kings taking turns to guard Hou, she probably could only dream of escaping from High Heaven Palace for the rest of her life. Xianxia could not help laughing when he imagined Hou's aggrieved expression in his mind. However, Hou was worthy of the title of Grandmaster. Xianxia could already tell that this artifact was extremely good even before having the chance to refine it. Once he did refine it, it would certainly serve him well. However, for Xianxia the other functions of this artifact did not matter. What mattered most was its ability to carry him from one point to another at speed. As long as it was fast enough, the other functions weren't important. Did Hou christen it? Xianxia asked. Nanmen Dejun thought for a while before replying, Flower Cloud's shuttle. And she said that if Palace Master doesn't like the name, you can change it. It's just a name after all. Let's just call it the Flower Cloud's shuttle. Xianxia smiled slightly. While talking, Xianxia suddenly reached out and summoned something before handing it to Nanmen Dejun. Take this back. What is this? Nanmen Dejun took it curiously and found that the thing Xianxia handed over was a small box, but it was not an ordinary one by any means because it clearly exuded a type of ancient aura. It was evidently something that had been passed down from a long time ago and should be a good artifact. Heavenly Music Treasure Box. Xianxia reached out and tapped on the box. Immediately, the Heavenly Music Treasure Box released a tinkling sound, like a mountain spring or an empty spirit valley, and listening to the tune was enough to make one feel refreshed. The gentle tone continued to play, and the box rose up step by step, gradually turning into the shape of a pagoda. There were 9 layers in total, and each layer rotated either to the left or to the right at a differing speed, transmitting different sounds that came together in beautiful harmony. Not only that, but a light blue mist started being released from the Heavenly Music Treasure Box as its floor spun, spreading out in all directions and filling a large space. The pale blue mist was like a starry sky, free of all impurities. The appearance of the stars made one feel as if they were truly standing in the midst of the starry sky, a beautiful scene to behold. A good treasure. Nanmen Dejun's eyes lit up at the sight. Even though he did not think this Heavenly Music Treasure Box was too useful for him, its mysterious melody would surely be of great help to any cultivator below the Emperor realm during cultivation, as it would make it easier for them to clear their mind and enter a meditative state. Surely, cultivating in such a state would allow one to achieve twice the result with half the effort. You should be able to understand its use and maximize its potential application. Xianxia smiled at him. Nanmen Dejun's eyes glowed brightly as his mind was already thinking of using this Heavenly Music Treasure Box as the core of a spirit array. With the supplementation of several other artifacts, he could set up a Heavenly Tone Treasure Palace. This was not a difficult thing for him to do, and once his arrangements were successful, the entire Heavenly Tone Treasure Palace would be filled with the sound of the Heavenly Music Treasure Box, which would be of great benefit to the disciples who entered retreat inside to cultivate. Xianxia was right. Only in the hands of an Emperor Array Master like Nanmen Dejun would this Heavenly Music Treasure Box be able to display all its effects. With the augmentation of a spirit array, the Heavenly Music Treasure Box would definitely become another foundation for High Heaven Palace, and a great boon for the disciples below the Emperor realm. Leave it to me. Nanmen Dejun put away the Heavenly Music Treasure Box with care before turning to Xianxia and asking with some concern, "Are you all right, Palace Master?" He noticed just now that Xianxia wasn't in good shape, with his face unnaturally pale. He knew deeply how strong Xianxia was. He was strong enough that even the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory, Sect Masters Mi Qi and Li Jiao, were unable to even lift their heads in front of him. Even the 3 great monster kings were loyal to his every word. For a master like Xianxia to be pale-faced, the only explanation must be that he had sustained a very serious injury. Nanmen Dejun could not think of anyone in this world who would be able to cause such injuries to Xianxia, and it was naturally impossible that he would imagine Yang Kai's experiences in the Thousand Illusions dream world. Yang Kai simply shook his head. Nanmen Dejun asked, "Do you need me to come along? Though I know not what Palace Master is going to do, it is obviously related to that spirit array. If I go with you, I may be of some help in deciphering it." "No need." Yang Kai waved his hand. "I'm fine. What's more, it's not convenient for me to bring you along." He had accepted Xiaxiang's request to explore an ancient cave mansion as Hua Yulu's assistant, and Hua Yulu also said that she could only bring one helper, so bringing along someone else may cause some conflict. Since Yang Kai refused, Nanmen Dejun didn't insist on following either. He just reported to Yang Kai about the development of High Heaven Palace during this period of time before returning to the Northern Territory through the cross-territory space array. Yang Kai did not hurry to leave, however, and instead sat down cross-legged and took out some spirit pills to first patch up his soul. Only then did he begin refining the Flower Clouds shuttle. He realized that he had underestimated the impact his soul received during his experience in the Thousand Illusions dream world. He thought that, with the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, his soul should be able to restore itself in half a month no matter how severely damaged it was. But facts showed that after more than 10 days his soul still showed hardly any signs of improvement. Yang Kai guessed that this was due to a large overconsumption of his spiritual energy rather than just injuries he sustained inside the Thousand Illusions dream world. There was also the time distortion. Living 2 years in just 5 days undoubtedly put an immense load on his soul. It was equivalent to Yang Kai consuming 2 years' worth of his spiritual energy in just 5 days, so it would take more than just half a month to be replenished again. Emperor-grade artifacts were not easy to refine, especially now since Yang Kai's spiritual energy was lacking. But he still spent a few days making a simple mark on the Flower Clouds shuttle, which would be enough for him to get the Flower Clouds shuttle to fly, but not enough for him to release its full power. This was already enough, as Yang Kai's greatest use for the Flower Clouds shuttle was transportation. He set off once more, and only remembered the location of his destination after some careful thought. After what he encountered in the Thousand Illusions dream world, his memories of the past often became fuzzy. The Southern Swamp was a dangerous place in the Southern Territory, and even though it was not as deadly as the Northern Territory's frozen earth, many masters still lost their lives there each year. What attracted cultivators to enter the swamp was the abundance of precious treasures and the various hidden cave mansions in its unexplored corners. Rumor had it that long ago the Southern Swamp was a place where cultivation flourished in the Southern Territory. Countless sects and great forces established themselves there and developed into regional overlords. But a cataclysm turned this prosperous region into a swamp, and the Southern Territory's cultivators eventually gave up on this treasure land. During the disaster, countless sects were destroyed, and many cave mansions became buried. Cultivators often risked their lives to come here in hopes of discovering ruins of ancient sects and the inheritances of old masters, thus allowing them to soar to great heights. The Southern Swamp also produced many special spirit flowers and exotic herbs which could not be found anywhere else in the entire star boundary, any one of them worth an enormous price on the market. In the face of such benefits, even the dangers could not stop cultivators from exploring the Southern Swamp. A few thousand years ago, the swamp used to be a lively place, but as more and more of its treasures were discovered, it had become far quieter. Still, there were always some cultivators who did not fear death who would come every now and again to explore. Yang Kai had heard of the Southern Swamp in the past, but this was his first time entering it. He was now a master who did not need to fear anything though, so even though his soul was not yet fully recovered, he still wasn't a soft persimmon that just anyone could easily pinch. It was half a month later when Yang Kai arrived at the Southern Swamp. Just as the rumors said, he discovered that there were indeed marshes and muddy rivers everywhere, as well as extremely dangerous auras that occasionally lurked beneath them, like predators waiting for their prey to throw themselves into their nets, ready to pounce out at any moment to land the fatal blow. The Southern Swamp was filled with poisonous obstructions, and when viewed from high up in the sky, these obstructions would reflect the sunlight and form a colorful spectacle. But hidden beneath that bright appearance was murderous intent at every step. The existence of these poisonous obstructions alone had stopped the advance of cultivators below the Dao Source Realm. Only Dao Source Realm and Emperor Realm cultivators could resist the poison and explore the southern swamp safely. Of course, the strength of the poison differed depending on one's location, and some pockets were powerful enough that even Emperor Realm Masters could not resist it easily. Once these toxins infiltrated the body, even an Emperor Realm Master may lose their life. Yang Kai took out a communication artifact and sent a message to Hua Yulu. A while later, he received a response. After focusing his mind and searching his surroundings, Yang Kai turned and flew off. For hours later, Yang Kai distantly sensed the presence of several auras, one of which belonged to Hua Yulu, so he quickly sped up. The people on that side had clearly also sensed Yang Kai's approach and released their divine senses to investigate. In the next moment, they all revealed looks of surprise. The reason was that they sensed the presence of the Flower Clouds shuttle. The Flower Clouds shuttle was a flight-type Emperor artifact, and its value was immeasurable. Such an Emperor artifact was rare to find even among Emperors. If Yang Kai didn't have Hou refine it for him, then he would not have been able to own such an artifact. A short while later, the Flower Clouds shuttle arrived before the crowd, and after a flash of light, Yang Kai's figure was revealed. Hua Yulu looked over at him with a look of joy, but then became stunned. The reason for that was because she was greeted by an extremely unfamiliar face that did not belong to Yang Kai at all. But very soon, she realized that Yang Kai was wearing some sort of disguising artifact to change his appearance. This camouflage artifact was something that Yang Kai obtained back in the solitary void-sealed world. It wasn't very useful as it was basically impossible to hide the signs of camouflage in front of an emperor, so any master could tell that he was wearing a camouflage artifact, but it was at least able to hide his weakened appearance. Without this artifact, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to hide his pale demeanor. Hua Yulu did not dwell on why Yang Kai would do this, but since he wanted to hide his identity, she went along with it as a matter of course. Senior Brother Yang. Hua Yulu greeted him. Palace Master Hua. Yang Kai gave her a gentle nod. I apologize for being late. Besides Hua Yulu, there were 4 others gathered here. It was quite apparent that everyone had already arrived. Hua Yulu said that she discovered the ancient cave mansion with 2 others, and even though they managed to break through some of the barriers inside, and each of them already had some gains, they were obstructed by the final barrier and unable to advance. As such, the 3 of them agreed to seek out 1 helper each at or below the Second-Order Emperor realm and, 6 months later, reunite here to explore the cave mansion again. The person that Hua Yulu found was Xianxia, but unfortunately, Xianxia had to remain at Spirit Lake Palace and was unable to leave, so he could only ask for Yang Kai's help. Since Xianxia asked for his help, Yang Kai couldn't refuse him either. What's more, he was also quite interested in this ancient cave mansion. That was because Hua Yulu got her hands on the little flower drum. Like the mountains and rivers bell, this drum was also an ancient exotic artifact, though it wasn't as powerful. According to Hua Yulu, one of the other 2 experienced a great rise in their cultivation. Originally, that person was the weakest among them, but when they left, he had the strongest aura. Meanwhile, the other person was able to learn a secret technique, though Hua Yulu had no idea how powerful it was. Cultivation was not just done behind closed doors. All kinds of experiences and opportunities were necessary parts of growth. Often, these experiences and opportunities would make it easier for one to increase in strength compared to meditative cultivation. Only, the timing of this trip to explore the ancient cave mansion was a little unfortunate. Yang Kai had just gone through an intense experience in the Thousand Illusions dream world and was in need of rest. But since he had already made an agreement with someone else, he could only grit his teeth and trudge on. Yang Kai made up his mind that he would focus on safety this time. As long as he could bring Hua Yulu back in one piece, then he would not have failed Xiaxiang's trust. In the wilderness, for gazes focused on Yang Kai after he made his greeting, all with looks of scrutiny. 3 of the 4 others gathered here were men, with only 1 being a woman. 2 of them were in the First-Order Emperor realm while the other 2 were Second-Order, each of them standing in pairs. Clearly, only Hua Yulu was alone before Yang Kai arrived. Even though the camouflage artifact could hide the paleness of Yang Kai's face, His weak aura could not be concealed in any way. Not to mention the fact that everyone here was an emperor, so just a quick check would reveal the depth of his cultivation. First Order Emperor Realm. This allowed the other four to breathe a sigh of relief somehow. One of the men with a short and stumpy body coldly snorted with a look of displeasure. Palace Master Hua, is this your friend? He's a haughty one. Isn't he, making us wait like this? He didn't hide his true thoughts in the slightest. He was obviously annoyed by having to wait here for so long and straightforwardly criticized Yang Kai. It was also true that Yang Kai did not arrive in time as he had been delayed for a few days during his trip, so there wasn't much he could say. If Yang Kai had been a second-order Emperor Realm Master, then this stocky fellow might not have had the guts to criticize him, but a first-order Emperor was nothing to be feared. Faced with the man's criticism, Huayu Lu smiled apologetically. Brother Wu, please calm your anger. Senior Brother Yang was met with some problems some days ago that delayed his trip. This mistress will apologize in his stead. Even though she had no idea what held Yang Kai back a few days, causing him to miss their appointed time, she was certain he wasn't the type to just break appointments on purpose. Otherwise, Xiaoshang wouldn't have asked him to help. As the inviter, Huayu Lu naturally had to speak for Yang Kai. The man coldly snorted. Your 100 Flowers Palace is filled with women. Where does this senior brother Yang come from? I've never heard of men entering 100 Flowers Palace before. What's more, this brother Yang is hiding his head while only showing his tail. Does he not even have the guts to show his true appearance? Or does brother Yang have something else he's hiding? He seemed to dislike Yang Kai and immediately confronted him about using the camouflage artifact. It was reasonable to call this an impromptu treasure hunting team, so there was no need for them to look deeply into each other's backgrounds and origins. They each had their own ulterior motives to begin with. When they could work together, they would work together, but if not, they would just separate. If they happened to chance upon some treasure, they may even get into a fight for it. Everyone knew this, so Huayu Lu did not ask who the helpers of the other two were or where they were from, as if it was a tacit agreement. Therefore, the stubby man clearly had ill intentions to target Yang Kai, and there were even suspicions of him trying to sow discord with his last sentence. The star boundary was so huge that the number of people living in it reached the trillions. Each one of them had a different nature and temperament, so walking around with a camouflage artifact wasn't a strange thing. However, when it came to this man surnamed Wu, it seemed he intended to blow up matters here, intent on getting Yang Kai to take off his artifact and reveal his true appearance without taking no for an answer. Huayu Lu frowned and was clearly displeased with this situation. She was the palace master of 100 Flowers Palace, so the fact that she could put down her status and apologize already showed her sincerity. Still, the incessant pestering of this man naturally annoyed her. However, it was not a favorable situation for them as both she and Yang Kai were first-order Emperor realms, while the other two were in pairs of one first-order and one second-order Emperor. Things may become messy if a fight were really to break out here. She was fortunate enough to have seen Yang Kai's skills before when he sparred with a third-order Emperor Realm Master at Azure Sun Temple's Grand Canonization ceremony. Being able to block a third-order Emperor Realm's surprise attack, then land one of his own, proved Yang Kai's strength could not be judged with common sense. However, Huayu Lu was able to sense that Yang Kai's aura was quite weak at the moment, and she guessed that he must have endured some sort of injury, leading him to hide his appearance. She did not want to get into a conflict with the others right now. Just as she was about to say something, Yang Kai spoke. May I know what to call this friend? The man surnamed Wu grunted. Wu Kuang Yi. So it is Brother Wu. Yang Kai nodded lightly and smiled. There is no deeper meaning for my disguise. Only, my appearance is a little odd, so if I appear before others with my true appearance, I'm worried I would scare this lady. While speaking, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the other woman on the scene other than Huayu Lu. The woman was not with Wu Kuang-yi and was instead standing next to the other elderly man. She had a second-order Emperor Realm cultivation and was clearly the helper hired by him. The woman's appearance could not be described as extremely beautiful, but her temperament was very refined, and she had a graceful figure. Her goose-yellow dress outlined her delicate figure wonderfully. Since Yang Kai appeared, This woman and the others have been silently observing him. So now that the topic had turned to her, she was slightly taken aback before she smiled and commented, "My courage isn't that small." There was a strange charm to her smile, and it seemed to be able to drive the emotions of others, but there was no sign of her using any kind of charm technique. It was quite apparently an innate talent she possessed, which made it so Yang Kai could not help but take closer notice of her. At the same time, he also raised his wariness slightly. "And what should I call little brother?" the woman asked. "Yang Jiu," Yang Kai answered promptly. He was the 9th oldest son in his Yang family, so there was a basis for his name. It wasn't just made up. Wu Kuangyi's frown was knitted even tighter when he saw the woman actually chatting with Yang Kai casually. But just as he was about to say something, the elderly man who was standing with the woman stepped forward and smiled. "It's fine. It was only a few days. For those at our level of cultivation, a few days is but a blink of an eye. Brother Wu does not need to mind it too much. Just think of it as resting time for cultivation." His smile was very warm, just like an amiable neighborhood grandpa, causing people to have a good impression of him. When the elderly man spoke, it became difficult for Wu Kuangyi to push the matter. Moreover, it wasn't a big deal, so if he continued to dwell on it, it would only make him look small-minded and damage his image. What's more, Hua Yulu had already apologized, so he took this opportunity to step back. Still, he kept a sullen look on his face, as if he were informing others that he was very unhappy with the state of affairs. After a while, Wu Kuangyi said, "Since we're all here, let's set off. We'll discuss the details of our cooperation along the way." Hua Yulu and Yang Kai naturally had no objections to this and both nodded in agreement. To be honest, it was only now that Hua Yulu could breathe a sigh of relief. She was not close with Yang Kai, and when he didn't show up on time, she had of course worried that he intended to break their appointment. So, when she finally saw him, she naturally put down the worries in her heart. "Please wait a little longer." The amiable old man raised his voice and said. Everyone turned their eyes to him at once, none of them understanding his intentions. The elderly man explained, "One more person is coming." "Another person?" Wu Kuangyi's face darkened and the anger that was originally suppressed rose up again as he quickly shouted, "What do you mean, Yang Tai? We agreed half a year ago that we could only find one helper each, and they had to be at the second-order Emperor realm or below. You've already brought one, so you can't be telling me that there's another, right?" Now even Hua Yulu's face went dark. Compared to Yang Kai, who was late for a few days, if this elderly man, Yang Tai, really did what Wu Kuangyi accused him of, then that would truly be an intolerable betrayal of everyone's trust. Yang Kai glanced at the woman standing beside Yang Tai and found that she was still smiling as before, clearly aware of this news beforehand and not surprised by it. Yang Tai quickly said, "Please calm yourself, Brother Wu. This old master did not break our agreement. I really have asked only Lady Chen to assist me. The one who is on his way is not my helper." He had a helpless expression on his face as if Wu Kuangyi had wronged him. Wu Kuangyi was furious. "Then I must ask Brother Yang to explain this situation. If you can't give us a satisfying explanation, even if I accepted it, Palace Master Hua and this Brother Yang Jiu may not necessarily be able to." The ancient cave mansion was discovered by him, Yang Tai, and Hua Yulu, so it was considered a shared belonging of the three of them. Both Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu kept their promises and brought only a single helper. Yet Yang Tai actually asked them to wait for another person, which caused Wu Kuangyi to lose his temper. Yang Tai smiled bitterly. "Once that man arrives, Brother Wu will understand. When the time comes, Brother Wu and Palace Master Hua can decide whether you will allow him to accompany us or not. If you refuse, this old master will not have any objections." Wu Kuangyi sneered. "It sounds like Brother Yang is quite insistent on having this man come with us. Or perhaps I should ask, what sort of great use is he to us? I would like to know what sort of man he is exactly." But Yang Tai did not say anything more. He just smiled and kept silent with a profound look on his face. Since things had come to this, Wu Kuangyi could not clash with Yang Tai even though he was annoyed, so he could only hold his temper and wait. For Yang Tai to sound so confident, He was frankly quite curious about what sort of person they were waiting for as well. Yang Kai and Huayu Lu exchanged glances, both of them feeling that this treasure hunt was going to be more complicated than they anticipated. They had just met up and all sorts of conflicts had already broken out. They were 6 people split into 3 small groups, so they couldn't cooperate sincerely with each other. When the time came, it would be considered good if no fights were to break out. But this was the norm, and Yang Kai was already prepared for this. However, Huayu Lu had a worried look on her face. While they were waiting, Yang Kai took the opportunity to secretly communicate with Huayu Lu and asked the names of the others. He knew about Wu Kuangyi and Yang Tai already, as both of them were First-Order Emperors and had explored the ancient cave mansion together with Huayu Lu half a year ago. Of them, Wu Kuangyi's cultivation seemed to have risen greatly in the ancient cave mansion. Even though he was still in the First Order like the rest of them, Wu Kuangyi used to have the weakest aura out of the trio, but now it seemed his aura could vaguely compare to that of a Second-Order Emperor. It was clear he had already reached the peak of the First Order and was the strongest of the 3. The helper that Wu Kuangyi brought with him was a silent man. Since Yang Kai arrived, he had not heard this person speak once. He seemed to have been born with a cold face and looked uninterested in everything, as if he couldn't want for anything more than to obtain eternal peace immediately. From Wu Kuangyi's introduction earlier, he knew that this man was called Fang Zhua. The woman standing next to Yang Tai was called Chun Bing Ru. Huayu Lu knew nothing about Fang Zhua and Chun Bing Ru's origins and could only make a few guesses based on her experience. However, Huayu Lu knew the details of Wu Kuangyi and Yang Tai very well. During their secret communication, Huayu Lu passed on all of this information to Yang Kai. In just a short wait that lasted about an hour, the 6 people present suddenly detected a strong, but unfamiliar aura flying towards them. Wu Kuangyi and Huayu Lu were secretly frowning, but Yang Tai was looking over with joy on his face. A few moments later, an elderly man with white hair arrived before them, standing in the air and nodding gently to the group. "Brother Gong." Yang Tai cupped his fists immediately and greeted him with enthusiasm. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Yang." The elderly man surnamed Gong responded with a smile on his face. He was clearly quite close with Yang Tai. "It's no matter at all. We just gathered not long ago." Yang Tai chuckled, but what he said was true. They had been waiting for Yang Kai here for a few days, and only with his arrival were they considered a full party. Turning to Wu Kuangyi and the others, Yang Tai said, "This is the man that this Yang was waiting for. Brother Wu, are you familiar with him?" Wu Kuangyi was frowning hard as he thought back to what Yang Tai said previously and had a vague guess. "Since your excellency's surname is Gong, could you possibly be related to the Heaven River Valley's Gong family in any way?" When she heard this, Huayu Lu's eyes lit up as well, and she began studying this elderly man surnamed Gong with interest. If this old man really came from the Gong family, then he would really be a great help to them. Yang Tai smiled. Brother Wu is truly knowledgeable. Indeed, Brother Gong comes from the Heaven River Valley's Gong family. Wu Kuangyi answered coldly. The Heaven River Valley's Gong family is well known, and while this Wu may be ignorant and uninformed, he has still heard of them. He was still a little annoyed with Yang Tai's previous actions and felt that the latter had broken their agreement. So he couldn't help looking somewhat sharply at this old man and asking, "How should we address your excellency?" The old man surnamed Gong smiled. "Gong Yu." "Gong Yu?" Wu Kuangyi pondered for a moment before suddenly a look of shock appeared on his face and he cupped his fists politely. "So it is the Gong family's former patriarch. Please excuse this Wu's rudeness." He had obviously heard of Gong Yu's name and knew of his status. At once, he no longer dared to be arrogant and gave the other party their due respect. Gong Yu smiled and waved his hand. "I'm just an old man wandering around with nothing better to do now. No need to be so formal." Yang Tai said, "A few days ago, I visited the Gong family in Heavenly River Valley in order to ask about the Sealing Spirit Array, which happened to coincide with Brother Gong exiting secluded retreat. After seeing the Spirit Array, Brother Gong showed much interest in it and wanted to come along to have a first-hand look." This old man really couldn't refuse Brother Gong's request. That's why this old man will apologize to you all for this matter today. Please do not be angry, Brother Wu. Wu Kuangyi responded with a cold face. Not at all. Brother Yang is overthinking things. Gong Yu chimed in here. It was this Gong who came uninvited, so you can all blame me if you want, as Brother Yang was helpless to refuse. Of course, this Gong is only interested in the ancient sealing spirit array. I would like to take a look at it up close, and it can't be any better if this Gong may participate in cracking it. If anyone finds fault with this idea, then this Gong can just return home. Even though the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family wasn't considered a peak-level force, they were still very impressive. Their fame was related to the Tao of Spirit Arrays, and it was their family's speciality. There were many array masters in the family, and they were hired to assist in arranging arrays for many sects in the Southern Territory. Huayu Lu also wanted to visit the Gong family in order to ask about the ancient cave mansion sealing spirit array, but it was just an idea. She did not actually go. But now it seemed Yang Tai had the same idea as her. What's more, this Yang Tai seemed to be rather close with this Gong Yu, to the point where they could speak informally to one another. The Gong family was naturally obsessed with spirit arrays, especially when it came to strange and ancient lost arrays. To suddenly learn of such a sealing spirit array, it was understandable how Gong Yu was interested to the point of coming without an invitation. After working out the matter, everyone present immediately knew why Yang Tai said those words before. If it were Gong Yu, then he would really be a great help to them during this treasure-hunting trip. After all, this man was the former patriarch of the Gong family. His attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays were so great that few could ever hope to match him. With his help, cracking that ancient spirit array wouldn't be a problem at all. Wu Kuang-yi pondered for a long time and glanced at Huayu Lu from the corner of his eye, transmitting a message to her. He did not hide his actions, as everyone could see clearly what he was doing, and could also guess what he was saying to her. A few moments later, Wu Kuang-yi opened his mouth to ask, "May I ask old Patriarch Gong if you came only for the ancient spirit array? I'm sure you understand what we are here to do. If we were to find anything in the ancient cave mansion." Gong Yu answered immediately, "This old master pursues the Tao of spirit arrays. It is my one and only pursuit and shall be so for as long as I live." That answer alone was enough. There were countless Taos in this world, and as Gong Yu chased after the Tao of spirit arrays, no matter how valuable other things may be, it would still pale in comparison to the chance to study the ancient array. Yang Tai laughed. Brother Gong only wishes to take a look at the spirit array and participate in cracking it. He has no other requests. Of course, if everyone is not comfortable with it, then Brother Gong has said it himself earlier. He won't trouble everyone and will just return home. The key point is that one of us must be able to crack the spirit array in his stead. Otherwise, we are sure to return empty-handed. He, Wu Kuang-yi, and Huayu Lu had already been preparing for half a year, not only to find a reliable helper, but also to crack the spirit array which blocked their path. Huayu Lu had thought of visiting the Heavenly River Valley to ask the Gong family for advice, but she gave up on the idea when Yang Kai took it upon himself to handle this matter several months ago. On Wu Kuang-yi's side, the cold-faced man he invited was clearly also someone who was versed in spirit arrays, the reason for it being the fact that Wu Kuang-yi was currently looking at him and seemed to be seeking his opinion. That man named Fang Zhua was silent for a long time before gently nodding. Wu Kuang-yi understood. Since nobody has any objections, then let us invite old Patriarch Gong to come with us. We will be counting on old Patriarch Gong during this trip. Much obliged. This old master will surely do his best. Gong Yu stroked his beard with a smile. Yang Kai took a step forward at that moment and asked, "Is your excellency truly the former patriarch of the Gong family? Can you prove your identity?" At those words, the faces of the crowd stiffened slightly. Wu Kuang-yi seemed to be shaken awake as well in that instant. The reason why he trusted the man's claim of being Gong Yu was that he had heard of Gong Yu before, and knew that he was the former patriarch of the Gong family. Secondly, it was because Yang Tai's words from before had planted a preconceived idea into his mind which convinced him that it must be true. Only when Yang Kai mentioned this did he suddenly come to his senses and raise his guard. He had never met Gong Yu before, and naturally had no idea what Gong Yu looked like. This man before him may really be Gong Yu, but he also may not be. If this man truly was the Gong family's former patriarch, then they could put their trust in him, but if he was an impostor, then they had to be careful. Considering all this, Wu Kuang-yi suddenly shot a glance at Yang Tai. Yang Tai still had a cheerful expression on his face as he turned to Yang Kai. This little brother Yang Zhou surely jests. Could someone possibly impersonate Brother Gong? That's not a very proper question, is it? If there's anything I'm unsure about, then I should inquire about it. Am I wrong? Yang Kai also turned to look at him, lips curving into a smile. Yang Tai frowned. This Yang swears on his name that Brother Gong is truly Brother Gong, the former patriarch of Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. Yang Kai smiled without responding, and Yang Tai also seemed to understand that his own guarantee held no weight at all. He'd never even met Yang Kai before this, so how could he guarantee anything? Moreover, Wu Kuang-yi seemed to be a little suspicious as well, so his face instantly turned bitter. What should we do now, then? Should we head over to Heavenly River Valley first to ask for proof? This was obviously impossible, as Heavenly River Valley was very far away from here and would take at least 2 months to make a round trip. Who had the time to delay things constantly? So he may as well not have proposed it. But the more Yang Tai insisted, the more Wu Kuang-yi felt something was suspicious. His eyes were constantly shifting between Yang Tai and Gong Yu, seemingly trying to catch some sort of clue. But to his disappointment, he didn't find anything suspicious about Yang Tai's behavior at all. And even though Gong Yu's legitimacy was questioned, he remained calm and composed. This made him wonder whether Yang Jiu was just being too suspicious. Gong Yu spoke at that moment. Though I have the Gong family's token on me, I don't think it will be of much use even if I take it out. Since this little brother is suspicious of me and asking this Gong to prove himself, may I ask how I should do so? Does little brother have any suitable method? Yang Kai smiled. Since this concerns spirit arrays, then let us prove it using a spirit array. May I ask if anyone here is learned in the Tao of spirit arrays? When he said that, everyone vaguely understood the meaning behind his words. Wu Kuang-yi immediately turned to Fang Zhua. Even though Fang Zhua had been silent the whole time, that didn't mean his mind wasn't nimble, and he instantly caught on to Yang Kai's thoughts. Stepping forward, he took out several array flags without saying a word and formed seals with his hands. One by one, the array flags were tossed out and disappeared. His movements flowed as swiftly and freely as water, making it obvious he was quite proficient in this craft, even having extraordinary attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays. Gong Yu remained smiling, seemingly having understood Fang Zhua's plan, so he simply let him continue as he pleased. And, following Fang Zhua's actions, a large area of space suddenly became distorted. Once the last array flag landed into its corresponding position, the area around Gong Yu transformed, and he disappeared without a trace. Everyone released their divine sense to probe, but they were blocked by a strong barrier, while not a single thing could be discerned using the naked eye. Oh? So Brother Fang Zhua is also proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays. Yang Tai looked surprised. Fang Zhua cherished his words like gold and simply replied, "A little." Then, standing with his hands behind his back, he narrowed his eyes and observed the area where he arranged his spirit array. This was clearly a trapping array, and even though it had no killing ability, it was still able to confine someone in one position and keep them from moving. If the Gong Yu that was trapped inside the spirit array was truly the former patriarch of the Gong family, then it shouldn't be too hard for him to crack this array and escape. But if he were an imposter, he may not necessarily have the appropriate level of skill to deal with it. This was a straightforward test, and even though they may not be able to completely ascertain Gong Yu's identity this way, it would at least be able to dispel most of the doubts they had about him. For a while, everyone was holding their breaths and focusing on the spirit array, eager to know the final result. The result astonished everyone. Fang Zhua's face, which had been indifferent the whole time, suddenly changed dramatically. That was because, less than 10 breaths of time after he finished arranging the array, the space became distorted again before returning to its original appearance. Gong Yu's figure was revealed from within, and he was holding on to some array banners, clearly the ones Fang Zhua had just tossed into the void. It only took him 10 breaths of time to break Fang Zhua's spirit array, so his profound attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays was clear to see. The way Gong Yu stood there with a cheerful look on his face gave the others a sense of profoundness, as he said, "Small world inversion array. This friend's array technique has no major flaws, but the refining of these array banners is slightly rough. They're unable to exert their full power. If you can refine them some more, their power can still increase by a fair amount." As he said that, he threw the array banners back to Fangzhou. Fangzhou grabbed them and lowered his head in thought for a moment before cupping his fists to thank Gong Yu for his advice. Yang Tai guffawed. Brother Gong's attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays is truly remarkable and eye-opening. We are lucky to have Brother Gong's help on this trip. Then he turned to Yang Kai. Little brother Yang Jiu, do you have any more questions? Please ask away. Yang Kai shook his head. No, I don't. Yang Tai said, in that case, everyone should have no problem with Brother Gong coming with us. Right? After what happened just now, nobody had any further comments. Everyone was happy to have the help of someone like Gong Yu. It was only because they couldn't help but be wary about the question that Yang Kai raised that they wanted to verify Gong Yu's identity. But now that Gong Yu had proven his ability, and with the golden signboard of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family that he was holding up, it made everyone feel at ease. Nobody had any more suspicions about him. Wu Kuangyi even gave Yang Kai a stern glare, probably thinking that he was making a big mess out of nothing, luring him into making a bad judgment as well. Yang Kai's tardiness already left a bad impression on him, and now that impression had grown even worse. If it weren't because of the agreement they had, then he would have driven Yang Kai away from here. Since nobody had any objections, the matter was naturally settled, and as the one who invited the powerful helper, Gong Yu, Yang Tai seemed to have jumped up to become the leader of their group, enthusiastically leading everyone on their way. The southern swamp was vast, and their agreed gathering point was far away from the ancient cave mansion, so it would take about 3 or 4 days for them to reach it. The 7 Emperor Realm Masters sped away towards the ancient cave mansion with each other's company and actively released their auras, so that no ferocious creature would dare rear its head. Gong Yu and Yang Tai were at the forefront of the group, talking with great passion, seeming to share a great friendship and letting out a hearty laugh on occasion. The woman named Chun Bing Ru flew between Wu Kuangyi and Fang Zhua, while Yang Kai and Hua Yulu were in the back, excluded by them whether intentionally or unintentionally, a worrying prospect for Hua Yulu. In their group, other than Yang Tai and Gong Yu in the lead who were chatting up a storm, the others were all silent. Yang Kai was occupied by other thoughts, however, and while following the group, he was digesting his experiences from the Thousand Illusions dream world. The information he gained in the Thousand Illusions dream world was an invaluable cornerstone for his growth, especially Senior Qing's inheritance and the things he read in the Shaman Divine Temple. There were several times when Hua Yulu tried talking to Yang Kai, but faced with his aloof demeanor, she didn't feel right about disturbing him too much. After all, they had only met him a few times in the past and never gotten to know each other that well. Among the 7 people present, she was the only one who was feeling extremely apprehensive about this treasure-hunting trip. The others were in pairs, while Yang Kai was acting indifferent towards her. If any conflict were to arise when they found some treasure, she had no idea to what extent Yang Kai would go to in order to help her. She even vaguely regretted coming here again. If she had known this would happen, she would rather have given up on this opportunity than take such risks. Time flew by as she became more and more uncertain. Traveling through the poison mist of the southern swamp, the 7 Emperor Realm Masters traveled for 4 days before Yang Tai, who was at the forefront, stopped. Wu Kuangyi's expression also lifted with anticipation. Are we there? Gong Yu asked curiously, but when he looked around, he didn't see anything of note. Yang Kai also withdrew his thoughts and looked around. Just like Gong Yu, he didn't see anything out of the ordinary. However, the large cloud of poison mist in front of them caught his attention. There was poison mist everywhere in the southern swamp, and the 7 of them have been constantly traveling through clouds of it these past few days. But they all had decent cultivation and strong resistance against such poison mist, so it was not a problem for them. But the poison mist in front of them was clearly different to the ones before. Yang Kai even felt a trace of danger from it, as if his life would really be at risk if he were to rush in. But just as he was about to release his divine sense to check, Hua Yulu quickly came over to his side and whispered, "Be careful. That poison mist is extremely toxic." Yang Kai suddenly caught a whiff of a different fragrant scent that tickled the tip of his nose. He responded with a gentle nod, and Hua Yulu suddenly realized their position, retreating 2 steps backwards with a blush on her face. Yang Tai announced, "We've arrived. The ancient cave mansion is hidden within this poison mist, but this poison mist is very strong. Even as Emperor Realm Masters, we will not be able to resist it, so we must not be reckless here." In order to prove that his words were true, he suddenly raised his hand and sent out a bolt of Emperor Qi towards the toxic barrier. After the beam of light passed through, an empty space was split open in the poison mist almost 300 meters deep, and at the end of the newly formed corridor, a blackened skeleton could be seen lying on the grass of the swamp. From its appearance, the person seemed to have been dead for a long time. Speaking of which, we were 4 people when we found that cave mansion. There was another second-order Emperor Realm brother with us, but as you can see, he is lying there now. Yang Tai pointed to the skeleton and said with a smile. When Chen Bingru heard this, her pretty face paled while the face of Feng Zhua, who had been silent this whole time, twitched a little as well. Just from the appearance of the skeleton alone, they all thought that this man must have died a long time ago. However, only from hearing Yang Tai's words did they understand that this man had just fallen half a year ago. Due to the immense corrosiveness of the poison mist, it caused some unexpected changes in the skeleton. As for the reason for his death, everyone could guess without the need for Yang Tai to explain further. Even a second-order Emperor Realm Master could not resist the toxicity of the poison mist, so the danger could be imagined. The world was so large that nothing should be surprising, and in the face of nature's power, no matter how strong one's individual prowess may be, it still seemed small and insignificant. After Yang Tai finished speaking, the opening in the poison mist restored itself at a visible rate, as if there was some mysterious force keeping the poison mist there, blocking the path of any explorers. Gong Yu frowned and exclaimed, "What strong toxicity! With this poison mist blocking the way, how were you and your group able to enter the cave mansion last time, Brother Yang?" Yang Tai smiled. It was all a coincidence. Even though this poison mist was strong, something seemed to be restraining it here, just like how detoxifying herbs could be found where venomous snakes lay. You will all understand when you see it for yourselves later. He gave them a clue but did not explain too much. So Gong Yu just smiled and did not pursue an answer. "We are just in time actually. We should be able to enter tonight, so let us take this opportunity to rest. We do not know what dangers lurk within that ancient cave mansion that we have to deal with, so we should restore ourselves to our peak condition." Naturally, no one had any objections to his words, so they each found a place to sit down and meditate. Hua Yulu naturally stuck close to Yang Kai, taking out 2 spirit pills and swallowing them. Even though she was a first-order emperor, and traveling at full speed for a few days wouldn't cause her any real problems, a large amount of Emperor Qi was still consumed in this poison mist-filled environment, so it was naturally necessary to take this opportunity to replenish herself. The others did the same. Yang Kai suddenly looked up and spoke at that moment. "Old Patriarch Gong, since you are knowledgeable and experienced, this junior has a question to ask." Gong Yu was looking at something when Yang Kai suddenly called out to him, so he turned to him and smiled. "I dare not call myself knowledgeable, only that I've been alive for a long time. What does little brother want to know? If this Gong knows the answer, this Gong will surely answer." Yang Kai asked, "It's like this. A friend of mine once obtained a flowing time fruit. May I ask what is the best way to consume it in order to achieve the greatest medicinal efficacies?" Flowing time fruit? Yang Tai's eyes lit up at his words as he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "You mean the flowing time fruit that can prolong one's life?" "Exactly so." Yang Kai nodded. Yang Tai's eyes glowed even brighter hearing this. He was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and had a long lifespan, but he still could not resist the erosion of time. In other words, he was getting old, but he clearly hadn't lived enough yet. In the recent millennium, he no longer immersed himself in cultivating, but instead set his mind to searching for ways to prolong his own life. His efforts in the past 1,000 years had indeed brought results that allowed him to increase his lifespan considerably, but he had already tried all the general methods and elixirs, so they no longer worked for him. The reason why he took the risk to come into the southern swamp was so that he could find some precious treasure that could prolong his life. That was how he, Huayulu, and the others were able to chance upon this ancient cave mansion. When he heard Yang Kai mention the flowing time fruit, he was naturally very excited. He had heard of the flowing time fruit before, and it was of great use to him. It was inevitable that his attention would be piqued. The flowing time fruit is a good thing. Gongyu smiled. But little brother, I'm afraid you're asking the wrong person. This Gong specializes in spirit arrays and is not very proficient when it comes to herbs and elixirs. So, for this flowing time fruit, this Gong has no better advice than for your friend to find an alchemy grandmaster to help refine it into pills. Yang Kai thought deeply. So that's the only way it seems, but in order to refine the flowing time fruit into pills, an emperor alchemist is needed for the job. However, to seek an emperor alchemist's help is... Everyone knew how difficult it was to request for an emperor alchemist's help with alchemy. Even if one had prepared the necessary materials and an appropriate reward, it was normal to have to wait for years and years for an opportunity without suitable connections. Gongyu smiled. Hopefully your friend is in no urgent need. He's still young, so it's not urgent. Yang Kai smiled back. That's good. Gongyu said nothing more and turned around and continued to observe the poison mist at the front, seemingly not taking this random question to heart. Yang Tai was very interested in the flowing time fruit, so he left Gongyu's side and walked next to Yang Kai, trying to figure out the identity of Yang Kai's friend in a roundabout way. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't tell him the truth, and as the topic was subtly changed, Yang Tai couldn't appear too eager either. In the end, he could only leave the matter unresolved and walk away in disappointment. The scene turned silent at that point as the seven sat down and rested, waiting for night to come. An imperceptible wisp of divine sense suddenly stretched over towards Yang Kai. Following that, Yang Kai heard a stealthy message from Huayulu. Is there something wrong? Even though she was a woman, as the palace master of Hundred Flowers Palace, she naturally wasn't some simple-minded little girl. She was able to catch some clues from Yang Kai's performance earlier, and that's why she was asking him this now. Yang Kai responded, maintaining his composure. Stick within 10 meters of me, once we enter the ancient cave mansion. Huayulu was taken aback and asked, so there really is a problem? If there was no problem, then Yang Kai wouldn't have told her such a thing. But she couldn't tell what was going on no matter how she tried. So she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Yang Kai asked, you must have heard about the opening of the Four Seasons realm many years ago, right? Huayulu replied, yes. I also heard that you refined the extraordinary treasure pill inside, Brother Yang. The Four Seasons realm was no ordinary small sealed world, but rather a legacy left behind by the flowing time great emperor. Every time it opened, the only ones allowed inside to train were the most outstanding Dao Source realm cultivators of the Southern Territory, who often obtained huge amounts of benefits from within. The most recent opening of the Four Seasons realm was a big deal, one reason being that Yang Kai was able to refine a heaven-defying spirit pill, the extraordinary treasure pill, inside, bringing great fame to his name. However, the second and most important reason was that an ancient divine spirit emerged from the Four Seasons realm. The ominous beast, Xianxia. Nobody could be unconcerned about the emergence of a divine spirit, especially when it was an ominous beast that was known for its ferocity in ancient times. It was said that Xianxia was the mount of Flowing Time Great Emperor back then, and after the fall of the Great Emperor, Xianxia had been sleeping in the Flowing Time Temple the whole time and only came out from the Four Seasons realm during its most recent opening. In the following years, the masters of the Southern Territory were all on edge, worried that Xianxia would begin a reign of chaos. However, to everyone's surprise, Xianxia disappeared without a trace since the last time they heard about him, and as time passed, everyone's concern towards Xianxia also gradually weakened. Huayulu had also sought out information regarding Yang Kai because she had seen how powerful he was, and due to the fact that he was going to accompany her to explore the ancient cave mansion. She also learned some information about the Four Seasons realm during her research. Thinking back to it, she was already an Emperor Realm Master at that time while Yang Kai had just barely entered the Dao Source realm. However, Yang Kai now had equal cultivation to her, and she even needed to rely on him for her own safety. Faced with such a disparity, Hua Yulu's feelings grew inexplicably complicated. I once met one of the Gong family's descendants in the Four Seasons realm, and together, we each obtained one flowing time fruit inside, Yang Kai explained. Hua Yulu answered in surprise. What good fortune? Yang Kai smiled. People only know that the flowing time fruit can prolong a person's life, but they do not know that there are actually two types of flowing time fruits. One of them can truly prolong a person's life after it is consumed, but the other one is a terrible poison. If eaten by mistake, then it would make time pass by and age the consumer rapidly. The two types of flowing time fruit are all but impossible to distinguish by a layperson from their appearance, but their effects are exact opposites. Really? Hua Yulu was quite surprised. Even though she was an emperor as well, she was not well versed in alchemy. However, considering that Yang Kai was able to even refine the extraordinary treasure pill, then surely he must have great attainments in the alchemic Tao, so he was no stranger to the flowing time fruit. He said that he and the Gong family descendant obtained one flowing time fruit each, and with his knowledge in spirit herbs, Yang Kai obviously chose the one that could prolong one's life. In other words, the one that the Gong family descendant brought back must be the poisonous one. Perhaps someone in the Gong family may even be suffering because of it now, but this was highly unlikely. Even though the Gong family may not know the details of the flowing time fruit, they would definitely find someone to refine it into a pill, and an emperor alchemist would surely know a thing or two about the flowing time fruit. If that really were the case, then the Gong family must have obtained some information about the flowing time fruit. But based on what Gong Yu said earlier, when she thought of this point, Hua Yulu was shocked and immediately understood where the problem lay. Of course, this is only my suspicion. This old patriarch Gong seems to have been in retreat recently, so there is the possibility that he did not know what was going on in his clan. However, it is always better to be careful. Hua Yulu nodded with deep understanding and stopped communicating with Yang Kai, lest the others catch on to them. After breaking off contact with Hua Yulu, Yang Kai swept his eyes around calmly. If his suspicions were to prove true, then there was definitely a problem with old patriarch Gong. It was a moonless night, making the stars in the sky seem all the more dazzling. But such a scene could not be enjoyed in the southern swamp as the poison mist covered the earth, blocking out any trace of light from above. At midnight, something seemed to catch everyone's attention, and they all opened their eyes in unison. Shoo! Yang Tai raised a finger to his mouth, signaling everyone to stay calm. Then, he retracted his aura and used a concealing technique. Without seeing him with their naked eyes, it would be possible that no one could even detect his presence. Hua Yulu and Wu Kuang-yi obviously knew what was going to happen, so they too concealed themselves together with Yang Tai. The others followed their example and retracted their auras as well. The water of the swamp before them began to bubble, as if something was going to surface, and as everyone could tell, there was indeed a sign of life rising up from extremely deep within. Soon after, a figure that was a few meters in length suddenly appeared before them. The creature looked like a crocodile and also a little like a lizard. The strange-looking thing had 8 claws, a long tail, and 2 big eyes on the top of its head, bulging just like a toad's. As it crawled up onto land, it would flick its tongue like a venomous snake searching for prey. Not only that, but it was also exuding an unpleasant smell from its body that made one want to gag. The creature was terribly ugly in appearance, and even though the 2 women present had superb cultivations, they still could not help but show their disgust. Yang Tai, on the other hand, was looking at this creature with great interest, as if it were some sort of great delicacy. More and more monsters of the same species began crawling out from the swamp in an endless stream. At first, there were only a dozen of them, then 100. Very soon, they were covering the ground for as far as one could see. None of the Emperor Realm Masters present recognized what they were. They were likely a type of monster beast as their bodies were giving out traces of monster chi. But they didn't seem very powerful. At the very most, they would be 5th or 6th order monster beasts, with some possibly not even having condensed their own monster core. Any one of them could easily destroy a large number of this type of monster beast with a single palm, and none of the emperors knew how such weak creatures were able to survive in this harsh environment. Though the group did not encounter any danger along the way, they had still perceived many ferocious beasts hidden below the swamp. It seemed this species' only advantage was their great numbers. The goal of these monsters seemed to be the thick poison mist, and as soon as they surfaced, they made their way towards it. The noise they gave off as they crawled on the ground was enough to give a person goosebumps involuntarily. Very soon, some of the monsters at the front arrived in front of the poison mist barrier, and under the close watch of Xianxia and the others, they spat out their long tongues. Then, a shocking scene emerged. The poison mist that was able to kill even a second-order Emperor Realm Master was actually swallowed into the bellies of these monsters, who all remained unharmed. They were actually feeding on the poison mist, and the stronger the poison was, the more delicious it seemed to be for them. A single monster could only devour an insignificant amount of the poison mist, which would then be quickly replenished by the fog around it. But what if there were thousands, tens of thousands, and even hundreds of thousands of these things? One by one, they stuck out their tongues to lick the air, and the Emperor Realm Masters present could see with their own eyes that the impenetrable poison mist barrier in front of them was becoming thinner. Even though the poison mist around the area quickly replenished what was lost, it could not keep up with the consumption rate of these monsters. More and more monsters dove into the poison mist bank, opening up a safe path behind them wherever they passed. For the ones who were seeing this for the first time, they all had dumbfounded looks on their faces. Only then did they understand what Xianxia was saying during the day. There were countless oddities in this world, and there would always be one thing that overcame another. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, then who would believe that a fifth or sixth order monster beast could actually devour the poison mist that even an Emperor Realm Master could not resist? And, from what Xianxia said earlier, it seemed these monster beasts do not come out every night. They seem to be active only at a specific time. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have mentioned that they were just in time. It was a miracle that they even discovered the ancient cave mansion here, as it was only exposed through a series of coincidences. If it were not so, then the ancient cave mansion would not have been left untouched until now. If it were so easily discovered, it would long have been looted by others. Even though it was deep into the night and there was no light anymore, everyone present was a powerful master who could see unhindered even in the dark. The poison mist that was blocking their way forward during the day gradually thinned under the assault of the dense pack of monster beasts, and a passage deeper inside soon began to form. But as Xianxia did not move, the others did not dare to move carelessly either. They were all waiting silently. After waiting for around 4 hours, just as the sky was about to turn light, Xianxia suddenly shouted, "Go!" Gong Yu and Chan Bing Ru, who had long been prepared, shot forward immediately. Wu Kuangyi and Fang Zhua were in a better position, so they rushed in second, leaving only several tens of meters of distance between them and Xianxia. Xianxia and Hua Yulu were left behind again, but with a gentle push from Xianxia, Hua Yulu took the lead. This move warmed Hua Yulu's heart, and her sense of security was greatly increased. As soon as the 7 people began to move, they immediately startled the monster beasts that were devouring the poison mist. In contrast with their previous quiet disguise, these creatures all instantly let out a shrill cry. The disturbing noise crashed into everyone's ears like gold and iron clashing against each other. Not only that, some of the monster beasts even leapt up high from the ground, pouncing towards the group with their tongues out, seemingly intent on dragging them down into the swamp. The odd 5th and 6th order monster beasts were shown no regard by the Emperor Realm Masters at all, who were able to clear out large swarms of them without any difficulty. The bodies of the monster beasts burst apart one by one, turning into pools of blood before flowing back down into the swamp. Still, this did not scare off their remaining companions. Instead, it riled them up even further as more and more monster beasts pounced up from the ground. The shrill cries did not stop for even a moment, and at one point, the chaotic cries suddenly unified, converging into a single shockwave made up of tens of thousands of their calls. Xianxia, who was leading the group, saw this and shouted, "Run now!" Hua Yulu and Wu Kuangyi's expressions had also become grave. Just as the others were confused, a strange scene appeared. After the shrill cries merged into one, the auras of the monster beasts that came from below the swamp actually began to merge as well. From 5th or 6th order, auras at the 8th order or even higher began to appear. Yang Kai let out a casual strike before finding some time to glance down. Immediately, he saw a scene that made him click his tongue in wonder. He could see the monster beasts gradually fusing together, as if they were parts of something larger that were separated and had now found an opportunity to reassemble. A monster beast that was several tens of meters long soon appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. This monster beast had 2 horns on its head and its body was protected by an armor of scales. It also had 8 claws and its appearance resembled a flood dragon, but also not. It was extremely strange looking and right now, it no longer had just a 5th or 6th order cultivation, but was instead emitting the aura of a 10th order monster beast. Even more monsters that were bigger than this one circled around in pursuit of them. Yang Kai could feel the aura of a number of 12th order, 11th order, and 10th order monster beasts all around them. The 5th or 6th order monster beasts that were so insignificant in the eyes of Emperor Realm Masters actually had the strange ability to fuse with each other and grow into a stronger being. And the speed of them fusing together and transforming was simply beyond anything anyone could imagine. Sure enough, for them to be able to survive in this kind of environment, these monster beasts could not be underestimated. A rumble could be heard as these new behemoths trampled over the ground in pursuit of them, their heads raised high as they opened their mouths to bite at the people in the sky. An unpleasant smell was coming out of their humongous mouths as well, and after failing to catch their prey, they would spit multicolored balls of light at them. Yang Kai could see clearly that those balls of light were the condensed poison mist that these creatures had devoured earlier. Even though Yang Kai could face off with these 12th order monster beasts calmly, the immense lethality of the poison mist was something he could not just ignore. The faces of the other 6 masters also changed dramatically, and all of them summoned their artifacts to protect themselves. Unlike the others, Yang Kai had no defensive artifact that he could use, only his great soaring black dragon armor, but even though it was an Emperor artifact armor, its main use was for him to cover his body during his dragon transformation. Yang Kai never thought about using it to defend against attacks, so he had no choice but to use his Emperor Chi to form a layer of protection around his body. The group worked together to disperse the poison mist balls whistling over in their direction. A few of them managed to land on the various defensive artifacts, but those were easily deflected or dispersed. Still, the poison mist was toxic enough to send shivers down people's spines. Several Emperor artifacts began to flicker after they resisted a strike from the poison mist balls, clearly revealing that their spirituality was damaged, and the Emperor Chi that Yang Kai was maintaining around his body had also been strongly corroded. So, he had no choice but to push out even more of his energy in order to keep up his protection, making him seem quite battered. The group fled, not wanting to become entangled with these monsters. A long time seemed to have passed, but it also seemed to just be a moment. When the 7 managed to reach dry land again, the surrounding poison mist had disappeared and the monster beasts who had been chasing them suddenly stopped, as if something terrifying that they dared not face was up ahead. Instead, these beasts wandered the perimeter of the poison mist, staring at the group with their big eyes. "It's all good now that we've reached this place," Yang Tai said with a laugh, clearly quite relieved. He pointed to the monster beasts and remarked, "Those things won't chase us in here, but I don't know why that is." The monster beasts gathered at the edge of the poison mist and watched them for just a short while before they broke apart again, turning back into the 5th and 6th order monsters that were only 2 meters long. Then, they wandered off from whence they came and disappeared in just the blink of an eye. Confirming the danger had passed, everyone then began observing their surroundings. They were on dry land, which was an unusual sight in the southern swamp, which was filled with ponds and marshes. This piece of land was just like an island in the middle of a vast wetland. The area of the island was not big, measuring only several dozen meters across, and it was surrounded by the same type of poison mist that even Emperor Realm Masters had to be wary of. If these monster beasts had not opened up a path for them, their group would have no hope of reaching this place. With a solemn look, Yang Tai quickly said, "This is where the ancient cave mansion lies." Even though his expression was serious, There was a hint of unconcealed enthusiasm in his eyes. Wu Kuang-yi was also showing some excitement on his face as he commented, "Last time, Brother Yang, Palace Master Hua, and I managed to gain some good things from inside, but the sealing array blocked our path forward. This time we have more people and we also have the help of old Patriarch Gong, so it should be no problem for us to break through it this time." Gong Yu smiled humbly. "This old master will do his best. Then this Wu must thank old Patriarch Gong in advance." Wu Kuang-yi cupped his fists at him before saying, "I would like to remind everyone not to touch anything once we enter the ancient cave mansion, and don't run around aimlessly either. We should follow old Patriarch Gong's lead here. Many seals and traps still remain inside that cave mansion, and despite their age, they are still quite powerful. If anyone were to touch them by accident, then it may lead to unnecessary consequences." When he said these words, he glanced over at Yang Kai, whether intentionally or unintentionally, as if he was speaking especially for him. However, Yang Kai's aloof, almost distracted look caused Wu Kuang-yi's expression to turn sour. "All right now, no one here is a child. I'm sure we all know what we have to do, so let us proceed." Yang Tai beckoned to the crowd with a smile before leading them towards the ancient cave mansion. The order of the group remained unchanged, with Yang Kai and Hua Yulu bringing up the rear. "Senior Brother Yang, if you really find any treasures, you can try to grab them if you're able, but if not, then we shouldn't worry about it. Just think of this as gaining some life experience." Hua Yulu quietly transmitted to him. Yang Kai responded subconsciously, still seemingly distracted even at this moment. Hua Yulu could not help but be worried about this. Who knows what sort of dangers awaited him past the last barrier. If there really was any danger, then things may be disastrous for Yang Kai if he were to be in this state. She wanted to give him a warning, but she didn't know how to go about it, so she could only make up her own mind to be careful. Yang Kai was indeed distracted because since he set foot on this island, he had been getting a strange feeling, as if there was something trying to contact him somewhere on the island. However, when he tried to trace it, he found nothing. He couldn't even figure out which direction this outreach was coming from. This puzzled him greatly, and while he was trying to figure it out, Wu Kuang-yi and Hua Yulu had tried to talk to him, which made him come off as distracted to them. The island was not very large, so it took only a few moments for the group to arrive at a kind of stone forest where a dozen stone pillars of different heights stood. The surface of the stone pillars were mottled with traces of erosion. They seemed to be arranged haphazardly, but upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a great deal of meaning behind the arrangement. After more careful observation, they could see that the stone pillars were even moving at a slow pace, with some moving faster than others, gradually causing a dizzying effect. Anyone could see that there was something wrong with this stone forest. Perhaps in ancient times, this used to be a well-concealed entrance, and even masters at the Emperor realm may not be able to discover anything if they pass through here, but the barrier was now in a state of disrepair after being worn down through the ages, so its effect was definitely going to be much weaker, causing many of its traces to be revealed. "Follow me." Yang Tai stood at the front and after calling out to everyone, he went straight towards the middle of the stone forest without waiting for anyone. In front of everyone's eyes, it seemed as if he passed right through an invisible wall and disappeared mysteriously. "Interesting, how interesting." Gong Yu stroked his long beard and watched the scene with interest. His eyes were flashed as if he discovered something, but he still began walking over without explaining any details. A moment later, Gong Yu also disappeared. Following that was Fang Zhua and Wu Kuang-yi. When it was Hua Yulu's turn, she turned around and called out, "Senior Brother Yang, we should follow them." Yang Kai smiled. "I'll be right behind you." Only then did Hua Yulu relax somewhat and begin walking forward. Then, when it came Yang Kai's turn to cross the invisible boundary, he could feel very clearly as if he were stepping through space. The barrier at the center of the stone forest seemed to have similar effects to a space array. The first ones to enter were all gathered there, and they appeared to have entered a rock cave. The rock cave was only several tens of meters wide, and the air was quite dry. There was also an unpleasant smell here, but it was not unbearable. A dim light was coming from the surrounding cave walls from some kind of stone used for lighting. But after so many years, most of the light stones had lost their effectiveness, while those that still functioned were just like candles in the wind, looking like they might go out at any moment. There was nothing else in the rock cave. It was completely empty. It was not even clear what the use of this rock cave was so many years ago. This wasn't where we were brought the last time we came here. Yang Tai, who was standing at the lead spot, looked around them and scratched his head with an awkward expression on his face. Both Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu nodded as well. When the three of them passed through the stone forest, it was indeed not this rock cave that they were brought into. Gong Yu smiled. That stone forest is a kind of array used to control the entrance to this place, and we do not have the means to operate it properly. Even though we were lucky enough to have gotten through, it will only have brought us to a random place. Since this is still part of the cave mansion though, we can just walk around and explore. I'm sure we'll be able to find the right path eventually, and perhaps we may even find some good things you missed on your last trip here. Yang Tai's eyes lit up at his words and he nodded. Brother Gong is right. Then, let us begin. As he said so, he walked ahead with the others following behind him. After walking out of the rock cave, there was a deep dark tunnel ahead of them. Just like the rock cave, there were light stones embedded across the walls for illumination, and though the light was dim, it was better than nothing. A mirror-like artifact suddenly appeared in Yang Tai's hands, who was taking the lead. It was the size of a human face, and it was not known what purpose it served. They saw him form seals with his hands before channeling some Emperor Qi into the mirror, and in the next moment, the mirror began to glow, and a profound light shot out from within. The light enveloped the room and everything instantly became clear. This profound light seemed to have the ability to discern between what was real and illusionary, a kind of investigative artifact. The group of 7 walked onwards and would pass by some stone rooms occasionally, but they were all empty without anything valuable or worth their attention inside. There also wasn't much danger to be found in the interior of the ancient cave mansion, so they were safe all throughout their exploration. However, Yang Tai did not manage to find the path they crossed last time. After an hour, Yang Tai suddenly stopped, and seeing this, the rest stopped as well. What happened? Wu Kuangyi asked. Yang Tai answered, There seem to be traces of a barrier here. Let me take a closer look. Saying so, he aimed his mirror forward and a faint distortion appeared where the light passed. It was a little different from normal, but it wasn't very clear either. Yang Tai released more of his Emperor Qi to enhance the power of the mirror artifact, and the light became stronger in response. Now everyone could see things more clearly. There were traces of a barrier ahead, one that had originally been imperceptible to the naked eye but had now appeared under the envelopment of the mirror's profound light. Everyone could see energy paths of differing strengths ahead of them twisting in accordance to some mysterious law, forming a restrictive layer. This barrier technique was extremely complex and ancient. Wu Kuangyi immediately turned his head to look at Gong Yu. Since there was an ancient barrier blocking the way, they naturally needed the assistance of the Gong family's former patriarch himself to settle the matter. He was the one who had the greatest understanding of such things. To everyone's surprise, Gong Yu just smiled and did not express anything else, not even taking the initiative to act. Wu Kuangyi was just about to speak up when Yang Tai suddenly said, This is just a small barrier. There's no need to bother Brother Gong. We can just break it together. As he said so, he thrust out his palm against the barrier. Everyone was taken by surprise and all circulated their Emperor Qi to protect themselves. After all, none of them knew what sort of effects this barrier had, and touching it rashly could very well trigger some dangerous consequences. So Yang Tai's move was undoubtedly risky. However, seeing that Gong Yu did not say anything to stop him, they all felt slightly relieved. With a bang, a curtain of light emerged, followed by several huge skulls that suddenly rushed out from within. They were not the skulls of humans, but rather the skulls of strange-looking monster beasts, about a dozen in total. Each of these skulls seemed to belong to a different species, and no one could recognize what monster beasts they belonged to. But to everyone's great surprise, there was a fluctuation of extremely ferocious auras coming out of these skulls. As soon as the skulls appeared, they each opened their big mouths to bite at Yang Tai aggressively, as if they were going to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Yang Tai was extremely shocked, and only now did he realize that he had underestimated the power of this ancient barrier. The Emperor Qi around his body became agitated as he suddenly let out an extremely choppy-sounding incantation as he raised his hand, pointing it in front of himself. A large golden character suddenly flew out from his fingers, one condensed from his Emperor Qi. It all happened in a flash, so quickly that none of the others were able to see clearly what character it was. Only Yang Kai showed a shocked expression. Even though the divine ability performed by Yang Tai was over in a flash, he managed to catch some of it. That character was clearly an ancient character he had seen in the Thousand Illusions dream world when his soul was roaming about the shaman divine temple. When the ancient humans condensed their power into these characters, they were able to unleash heaven-destroying and earth-shattering might. Naturally, these characters were even more ancient than the existence of shamans, so the records available in the shaman divine temple were by no means comprehensive. Yang Kai suddenly remembered Hua Yulu mentioning that Yang Tai had learned a secret technique in the ancient cave mansion, but she was not sure what it was, or what it did. Now, it seemed like this may be the secret technique that Yang Tai learned back then. This was indeed an extremely powerful secret technique. Even though Yang Tai was only a first-order emperor, the might of the attack that was shot out from his finger just now was on par with an ordinary second-order emperor realm's attack. It seemed that facing a life-or-death crisis, Yang Tai had not been able to hold back and had gone all out. It seemed this cave mansion was from before even the period Yang Kai experienced in the Thousand Illusions dream world. No wonder there were ancient exotic artifacts here. At the same time, everyone else had also made their moves. In an instant, all sorts of Emperor Realm secret techniques and artifacts were unleashed in the narrow cave, causing the surrounding world energy to shake. Then, a scene appeared that amazed everyone. The skulls that had flown out from the barrier may have appeared intimidating, but it was apparently all bark and no bite. As soon as they came into contact with Yang Tai's secret technique, they all disintegrated and scattered just as soon as they burst out from the light curtain, achieving nothing at all. There was a rumble as everyone's attacks hit the light curtain in front of them, which only trembled for a moment before breaking apart as if it were a popped bubble. Rough sighs filled the tunnel as the group felt as if they just avoided a great catastrophe. As expected, this barrier has really fallen into disrepair over the years. Yang Tai was the first to speak with an embarrassed expression on his face. Everyone saw the situation clearly just now. The barrier had deteriorated so much that it was unable to sustain itself after being activated, crumbling away by itself. Otherwise, the skulls that came out of it would have given them a lot of trouble, not to mention that the light curtain from the barrier was broken in just an instant. Brother Gong must have seen through it from the very beginning, right? Yang Tai turned to Gong Yu. If Brother Gong had warned me, then this Yang would not have embarrassed himself so. Even though he was complaining, it was more jest than anything else. Gong Yu smiled and did not answer, a profound and inscrutable look on his face. Wu Kuang-yi frowned. He was obviously annoyed at Yang Tai's self-assertion, leaving everyone in fear for nothing. However, since it was just a false alarm, there wasn't much he could say. With this experience, everyone became more alert. Even though the barrier they encountered did not unleash too much power due to its deteriorated state, who could guarantee that all the barriers and arrays here were the same? Yang Tai, who was taking the lead, did not dare to be too eager to prove himself again, and could only take things one steady step at a time. They did encounter more barriers that they activated on their way, but as they took turns to test the barriers, they all reacted just like the first one. None of these spirit arrays were able to do much due to their extreme age. Most of their effects were short-lived, and some did not respond at all. Despite that, the group was still in awe of them. That was because these barriers gave off a very strong feeling. Nobody could imagine how strong they were when they were at their peak state, or how powerful the Grandmaster was who arranged such spirit arrays. For hours later, Yang Tai suddenly showed a look of joy as he swept his eyes around and said excitedly, "We've found the right path." Wu Kuang-yi and Hua Yulu exchanged glances, both smiling. They had finally found the path that they passed through last time, and as long as they followed this path, they would not encounter any more danger until they reached the ceiling array that obstructed their way forward last time. They were all curious to know what was hidden away behind that spirit array. Even though they had found the correct path, Yang Tai still did not put down his guard, still maintaining the profound light from his mirror artifact, quietly and contentedly leading the way. Another hour passed before the group arrived at a humongous rock cave that spanned several kilometers in space. They had gotten used to walking through narrow tunnels, so being here felt like they were blessed with the first light of dawn. Like the one before it, this rock cave was also empty, with only sharp stone pillars scattered around the place. Some were standing, others were hanging upside down. They were erected in all sorts of strange positions. At the end of the cave, though, a large and heavy-looking door caught everyone's attention. The huge door was several tens of meters in size and was embedded into a part of the cave wall, the seams tightly sealed. The gazes of everyone burned hot as they looked towards the large door, as if there were precious treasures hidden behind it. Yang Kai had already seen this door before in the image that Hua Yulu sent to him, but seeing it as an image and in person were two different things. When he saw it with his own eyes, Yang Kai could sense an extremely eerie aura coming off of this door, as if something bad was eager to escape and engulf them from behind the door. The door was red in color, as if it were dyed in blood, and even after countless eons, it still looked as good as new. Many complicated patterns were engraved onto the door that gave off a profound and mysterious aura. It was those patterns and images that came together to form an ancient spirit array, sealing the door so that no one could peek into the world inside. The group of 7 stood in front of the door, each of them with a different expression on their face. Yang Tai's expression was one of indescribable fervor, and for some reason, his lips were trembling with excitement. On the other hand, though Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu were also feeling excited, more of what they felt was eagerness and curiosity. They both wanted to know what sort of good things they could find hidden behind that door. Feng Zhuo looked as indifferent as ever, while Gong Yu's eyes narrowed, studying the door seriously. Chun Bingru was the one to finally break the silence when she asked, "Can this barrier not simply be broken?" Wu Kuangyi shook his head. "Last time, all 3 of us joined forces but still couldn't even shake it. If Lady Chun is interested, you can give it a try yourself." Chun Bingru answered lightly, "No need." Even though she had a second-order Emperor Realm-level cultivation, and was slightly stronger compared to Hua Yulu and the others, she didn't want to bother wasting her time if the 3 of them failed to do anything despite joining forces. "Brother Gong will have to trouble you with this." Yang Tai turned around, his expression indescribably serious, as if what he was entrusting to Gong Yu was a matter of life or death. Gong Yu smiled. "I will do my best. You can all rest for a bit while I study this carefully." "Good." Yang Tai nodded and turned around. "You should all rest as well as there may be a need for us to assist later." Yang Kai smiled. "With old Patriarch Gong here, why should we make a mess of things?" Yang Tai said, "We wouldn't know. There may be opportunities where our power is truly needed." "That's true." Yang Kai smiled and said nothing more before shooting a glance at Hua Yulu, motioning for the 2 of them to move to the side to rest. Inside the rock cave, Gong Yu busied himself, standing in front of the giant blood-colored door and constantly making gestures with an occasional change in his expression. The rest of the group was sitting down and meditating, but Yang Tai seemed a little restless. He would walk back and forth and occasionally turn to the giant blood-colored door to take a look, but he didn't dare to interrupt Gong Yu's work. Wu Kuangyi beckoned him to sit down, but Yang Tai declined with a smile. "Senior brother Yang, is there anything else that seems out of place?" Hua Yulu quietly asked through her divine sense. Yang Kai's eyes remained closed as he responded, "Let's wait and see." He did not see anything worth getting suspicious about so far, other than the previous suspicion he had about Gong Yu's identity. However, that was just a suspicion in the end. He was not really sure, so he naturally couldn't give Hua Yulu any definite answers. Whether this suspicion would become reality or not would depend on how Gong Yu acted next. While resting, he immersed his consciousness into the jade slip that Nanmen Dejun gave him, once again studying its contents and memorizing some key points in his mind. Half a day later, Gong Yu suddenly stepped back, and looking at the giant blood-colored door, he smiled and called out to everyone, "Everyone, please come." When the group heard this, they all got up and headed over, especially Yang Tai. He rushed over to Gong Yu's side eagerly and asked, "Brother Gong, were you able to figure anything out?" Gong Yu stroked his beard with a smile. "A little. Good, very good. As long as we have a direction." Yang Tai's face flushed with excitement. "But if we want to break the array, it will require everyone's help." When he heard this, Yang Kai's heart could not help but thump, and he narrowed his eyes, the suspicions in his heart growing stronger. Wu Kuang-yi followed up. "May I ask what old Patriarch Gong needs us to do? Most of us are not proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays. Only Brother Fong has some insight in the matter." Gong Yu smiled. "Proficiency in spirit arrays is not required. You just have to coordinate with this old master, and also place your trusts in this old master unconditionally." All of them looked at each other, but none of them knew what level of trust this man expected of them though. So Yang Tai said, "Since we asked for Brother Gong's help, we will naturally trust you." "That's good then." Gong Yu smiled. "I will teach everyone a set of techniques. Once you're all familiarized with it, we can arrange the spirit array together that will be able to break this seal." "Then what are we waiting for? I'll be troubling Brother Gong to teach us," Yang Tai said eagerly. Smiling, Gong Yu took out several blank jade slips, engraved some contents into them with his divine sense, then handed them out to everyone. Yang Kai accepted his and swept his divine sense over it, looking through the contents thoroughly before sighing in his heart. Even though he did not know what was branded in the jade slips of the others, it was obviously going to be different from his own. Arranging a joint array like this would involve each person having different tasks. At times like these, a center point was required to coordinate the powers of everyone into one, and this center point was undoubtedly going to be Gong Yu. The centermost position controls the most delicate part of the spirit array, and as the core, Gong Yu would be able to control the others in the formation to a certain extent once the spirit array was formed. Of course, as the array had the ability to interfere directly with a person's life, this sort of control was not easily accepted by Emperor Realm Masters. That was why Gong Yu had said that everyone had to have unconditional trust in him. Without trust, the joint array would not succeed. Yang Kai did not look too closely at the jade slip's contents, the reason being that he had already seen this before. After all, these instructions were recorded in the jade slip given to him by Nanmen Dejun. That day, he asked Bian Yuqing to bring back information about the ancient spirit array to High Heaven Palace and asked Nanmen Dejun to carefully formulate a plan to crack it. And, as expected of the Emperor Array Master, Nanmen Dejun was able to come up with 3 solutions in just a month's time. One of them was a method to break the array using another array like what Gong Yu was trying to do now, but if they really tried to do that, then they would be falling into someone else's trap. To completely break the ancient seal on the giant blood-colored door this way, another factor was needed, an extremely wicked one. Yang Kai was going to help Hua Yulu and the others break the spirit array using a different method Nanmen Dejun came up with and then search around to see if there was anything good inside. But he didn't expect to meet Gong Yu halfway through this plan. With such an array grandmaster in the team, there was no further need for him to step up. But Gong Yu's actions made him suspicious. If he was only a little suspicious of Gong Yu's identity before, then he could now conclude that there was a problem with Gong Yu. It was very likely that there was a problem with Yang Tai as well. As for the last individual, Yang Kai wasn't sure yet. When he raised his head to glance at Yang Tai, he saw a focused expression on his face. He seemed to be reading through the contents of the jade slip, but his divine sense was actually focused elsewhere, secretly communicating with someone else. Yang Kai understood at once. Seemingly having noticed his gaze, Gong Yu suddenly looked at him and smiled. "Little brother Yang, do you have any questions?" "I do," Yang Kai declared in a particularly loud voice that echoed back and forth in the rock cave, interrupting the concentration of the others, causing Wu Kuang-yi and the others to frown with displeasure. Gong Yu was slightly taken aback, but still asked calmly, "What does little brother Yang not understand? Maybe this old master can explain." "Only one thing." Yang Kai looked at him with a piercing gaze, narrowing his eyes slowly. "Who are you?" Gong Yu's smile stiffened slightly, while the other Emperor Realm Masters also looked over in surprise. They had stunned expressions on their faces, and even the contents of the jade slip didn't matter to them anymore. After being dumbfounded for a moment, Huayu Lu immediately moved over to Yang Kai's side, as if to seek a sense of security. There was a long silence in the rock cave with only Yang Kai's aggressive gaze that looked as if he wanted to cut open Gong Yu's head and expose the secrets hidden within it. What are you trying to imply? The first one to question him was not Gong Yu, but rather Wu Kuang-yi. He seemed to be the more straightforward type that would ask any questions he had in his heart without reservation. I mean exactly what I said. Yang Kai responded bluntly. Wu Kuang-yi frowned and was secretly annoyed with Yang Kai's attitude. But there were no problems with Yang Kai's answer. He was just taken by surprise. What grudges does little brother have against me? Or is it a grudge against my Gong family? Gong Yu asked, the faint smile from before returning to his face. I have no grudge with you or the Gong family at all. Yang Kai shook his head. Gong Yu smiled. If there is no grudge between us, then why does little brother question my identity time and time again? Yang Kai had already questioned him once when he arrived. But it was Feng Zhua verifying Gong Yu's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays that convinced everyone of his identity as the Gong family's former patriarch. It was now the second time, and even a stoic man would have some fire in him. As the former patriarch of the Gong family, and a second-order Emperor Realm Master, not being angry despite being questioned in such a way was enough to show how well he had tempered his patience. If it were someone else who had a hotter temper than his, he would probably have made a move against Yang Kai already. This old master is this old master, Gong Yu, former patriarch of the Gong family who stepped down 200 years ago. Gong Yu suddenly raised his voice, even straightening his back up somewhat, asserting his identity loud and clear. Please desist, little brother Yang Jiu. This old master guarantees with his life that there is absolutely no problem with brother Gong's identity. Yang Tai stepped out to smooth out the situation, but there seemed to be a touch of worry between his brows, which was extremely obvious, as he urged. Now is not the time to dwell on this. We should find a way to break the ancient seal first before anything else. If the problem is not solved and we can't work together, how will we break the array? Yang Kai turned to him and asked. You? A trace of anger emerged on Yang Tai's face, clearly directed at him. This brother Yang is right. Chun Bingru, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. Yang Tai turned his head to look at her in surprise. Lady Chun, even you? Chun Bingru was the helper he invited, and the two shared a close personal relationship. However, he never would have expected her to be the one to stand on Yang Kai's side at this time, which inexplicably hurt him. Chun Bingru smiled. Quell your anger, brother Yang. Through the bumpy journey of our cultivation up to this point, who would not be careful in the face of danger? It's just like walking on thin ice. Without constant care and balance, I'm afraid we would all have returned to nature just like the masses of people before us. So, I would like to hear what this little brother Yang has to say, and what he wishes to convey. She turned her beautiful and elegant eyes to Yang Kai, who nodded in regard to her. She didn't trust Yang Kai, but since there was a problem, they naturally had to listen. It wouldn't take up much time anyway. Wu Kuang-yi hesitated for a long time, but he still spoke out at this moment. What are you suspicious of? Let us hear it. Yang Kai said. I've already said it before. Gong Yu sighed. Your suspicions are baseless. Yang Tai turned to Huayu Lu, heartbroken. Palace Master Hua. This is the helper you found? If he does not want to help, then why must he come to destroy our unity and stability? Now look, we are having internal problems before we even attempt to break this spirit just because of one nonsensical statement. Huayu Lu blushed slightly, hesitated a moment, then declared, I trust senior brother Yang. Yang Tai's face went dark as he bellowed at Yang Kai. Little brat, if you're unwilling to participate in cracking this array, then you can leave now. You are also an Emperor Realm Master, so you should remember the way. Just go. This old master won't force you to stay. Yang Kai smiled. If I go, then how will the spirit array be completed? Yang Tai grunted. As long as Brother Gong is here, what would it matter if you were gone? Brother Gong alone could break the array. Yang Kai turned to look at Gong Yu, a smile covering his face. Then you should ask the former Gong family patriarch whether 5 people can complete the 6-1 center array. Gong Yu looked shocked at these words, while Feng Zhua, who had not spoken a word this whole time, looked at Yang Kai with a stunned expression on his face. Yang Tai's mouth was wide open as he stared dumbfoundedly at Yang Kai. This behavior allowed the others present to immediately understand that what Yang Kai said was not without merit. The spirit array that Gong Yu was trying to arrange was precisely the 6-1 center array. Only nobody knew it until Yang Kai said it. The jade slips that Gong Yu passed them only contained the method to arrange their part of the array, and not much detail on what everyone else was meant to do. They only had to follow these instructions and work together with the others, making it less complicated. Everyone believed that the jade slip that Yang Kai received should be the same as well. Then the question arose, how did he know about the name 6-1 center array? And, from his words, the spirit array required the assistance of a full 6 people in order to complete. Even one less would not work. Everyone then turned their heads to Gong Yu, only to see him with a deep frown on his brows, as if he were extremely surprised. Brother Yang is also proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays? Feng Zhua observed Yang Kai with great interest, thinking that this guy really hid well. He himself had some knowledge in spirit arrays. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited by Wu Kuang-yi. If Gong Yu was not here, then he would have been the one with the most profound attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays, and they may have had to rely on his ability in order to crack the ancient seal. But even he knew nothing about this so-called 6-1 center array. This spirit array was clearly an extremely rare and profound spirit array, but he didn't think that Yang Jiu would be able to see through it at a glance, which he was secretly in admiration of. But to his surprise, Yang Kai actually shook his head. I don't know anything about the Tao of spirit arrays. I just happen to know about this 6-1 center array. That's all. There was only one spirit array that he was proficient with, and that was the space array. And even that was all thanks to Yang Yan's careful teaching and his own talent in the Tao of space. If not for these 2 factors, Yang Kai would really know nothing about arranging or cracking spirit arrays. But Feng Zhua did not say anything else after that, assuming that Yang Kai was just being modest. It was clearly impossible for someone like Yang Kai, who even knew about such an obscure spirit array, to not know anything about this Tao. I'm right, aren't I, old patriarch Gong? Yang Kai cocked his head to the side and stared at Gong Yu. Gong Yu's smile did not return, but he still nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. The spirit array that this old master intends to arrange is indeed the 6-1 center array. Even though they'd guessed it from the start, everyone was still shocked when they heard Gong Yu admit it with his own mouth. But what does this have to do with this old master's identity? Gong Yu asked. This old master is still this old master. Little brother, have you made a mistake? Chun Bingru nodded. That's right. Little brother Yang, what does the 6-1 center array have to do with old patriarch Gong's identity? Even though this mistress does not know much about spirit arrays, this 6-1 center array must be very profound according to what is recorded in these jade slips. Old patriarch Gong even explained it to us simply and clearly, so that someone like this mistress can learn it easily. This isn't something that just anyone can achieve. Yang Kai frowned slightly and was silent for a moment. Fine. Let's say that there's nothing wrong with old patriarch Gong's identity. That's not the main problem. What is, then? Wu Kuang-yi asked. He had been getting a little impatient, but Yang Kai's seriousness made him realize that there was more to this issue than meets the eye, and he also needed answers for his own safety. The 6-1 center array itself is the issue. Yang Kai was speaking to the others, but his eyes remained fixed on Gong Yu the whole time. Everyone has already seen the contents of the jade slips, so you should have some understanding of the principles and structure of this array. I must inform everyone that this 6-1 center array, once arranged and activated, will allow 6 people to become 6 poles, while a 7th individual will serve as the core of the spirit array. As for who this core will be, obviously old patriarch Gong must assume that role. However, the longer the spirit array is maintained, the stronger the control he will gain over us 6, and once it reaches a certain limit, he will be able to freely control us, including whether we live or die. Regardless of how strong we are, we won't be able to free ourselves from his bindings then. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of everyone changed dramatically, and they all turned their eyes towards Gong Yu. If what Yang Kai said was true, then Gong Yu's move was indeed questionable. He would actually gain control of everyone here after the 6.1 center array was arranged, which they found to be simply unacceptable. Under everyone's sharp gaze, Gong Yu still responded calmly. That is why this old master said earlier that everyone must trust me unconditionally. Only then can we combine all our strengths and crack this spirit array. Yang Kai grunted. It's not the 6.1 center array that's going to break the array, but rather another method. You want us to become blood sacrifices, right? Blood sacrifices? Wu Kuang-yi jumped in surprise. Even though he was just hearing Yang Kai speak, cold sweat was already pouring down his back. Yang Kai smirked. Brother Wu may not know, but while cracking this seal may seem outwardly complex, there is actually a much simpler method, and that is to offer it enough fresh blood. You didn't try this method when you came here last time, did you? Offering fresh blood? Wu Kuang-yi's face paled, asking in trepidation, how much blood? Who knows? Maybe it'll be enough after he bleeds us dry. Yang Kai shrugged as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Making a blood sacrifice was not the only way to break the array, but it was the simplest way, and not just any cultivator's blood would do. The stronger the cultivator, the greater the effects. The blood of several Emperor Realm Masters should barely be enough. Wu Kuang-yi turned his head to Gong Yu and asked in disbelief, Old Patriarch Gong, is what he says true? Fang Zhua and Chun Bing-ru also turned their questioning gazes to him. As for Hua Yu-lu, she naturally stood by Yang Kai's side and believed him without a hint of doubt. She was also the only one here who knew about Yang Kai's real identity, and as an elder of Azure Sun Temple, she trusted that Yang Kai wouldn't harm her or those of the Southern Territory. This was not because she understood Yang Kai, but because he now represented Azure Sun Temple. It was only at this point that everyone understood why Yang Kai had doubts about Gong Yu's identity, because if Gong Yu was truly the former patriarch of the Gong family, then there was no reason for him to act in such a deceitful and cruel manner. The Heavenly River Valley's Gong family's golden signboard would be completely smashed if he were to do this. They were all secretly relieved that this Yang Ju knew so much about the 6.1 center array. Otherwise, they may really have fallen into someone's trap today. But on second thought, why did Yang Ju know that a blood sacrifice was able to break the array? He said that he didn't know anything about spirit arrays just now, but he was able to speak clearly and eloquently about this 6.1 center array. His words were somewhat contradictory. So it turns out little brother Yang is a man of the same path. Forgive my disrespect. Gong Yu smirked at Yang Kai. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes, but he was not panicked. When Yang Kai saw that expression, he immediately had a bad feeling about it, as if he had missed something critical. Old Patriarch Gong, what he said, is it all true? Wu Kuang-yi's eyes widened. You really mean to use us as blood sacrifices to break the array? Gong Yu smiled. Indeed, I do. After he said that, a noise suddenly emerged from Gong Yu's body, as if something had been broken. At the same time, Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he finally realized what he had overlooked. Swiftly, he threw away the jade slip in his hands and was just about to warn the others, but he was too late. With a crack, the jade slips in everyone's hands burst, each of them turning into a stream of light that wrapped around each person. Everyone in the room here was an Emperor Realm Master, so their reaction speed couldn't be said to be slow. Each of them moved to counter the light the instant the jade slips burst. But unfortunately, Gong Yu's actions were still faster. He raised his hand and shot out two black lights that formed black curtains, one enveloping Wu Kuang-yi and the other specifically targeting Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly stepped back to dodge, but found that the more he tried to retreat, the closer the black light got to him. Caught off guard, his vision went black for a moment before the scenery around him suddenly changed. By the time he recovered, all Yang Kai could see around him was an endless ocean filled with loud crashing waves and a hot sun beaming down from above. He had actually arrived above a vast sea, unable to distinguish left or right, north or south, up or down. All he saw was the tall sky and vast sea as he stood alone. Array plate. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned dark. This was an illusion, Yang Kai could be sure of that, and to be able to arrange such a large-scale illusion with such realistic effects, even Gong Yu would not be able to achieve such a thing in an instant. The only explanation was him using an array plate. After an illusion array like this was imprinted into the array plate, the user needed only to summon it directly when they needed it. It was quick and convenient, with the only drawback being that it couldn't be compared to arranging a real illusion array, making it far less powerful. But the illusion array plate that Gong Yu used was of a very high grade and could undoubtedly trap Yang Kai for a while, especially now that his soul had not fully recovered, greatly reducing his strength. But he believed that given enough time, he should be able to find this illusion array's weak point. The jade slips that had the information about the 6 points 1 center array recorded on them were clearly array plates as well. Sure enough, Gong Yu was an old fox, having made preparations beforehand so that even if someone like Yang Kai uncovered his plot, he would still have the ability to subdue everyone in a flash. Yang Kai was the only one who realized it early and threw out the jade slip, but he still could not avoid the fate of being trapped. Now, Huayu Lu and the others must have fallen into Gong Yu's spirit arrays, and as an array grandmaster and a second-order emperor, Gong Yu could definitely release strength comparable to a third-order emperor inside these spirit arrays. In other words, even if Huayu Lu and the others joined forces, they may not be able to defeat him. Yang Kai had to rush to their aid. But obviously he wouldn't get that chance. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the sea. Yang Tai appeared mysteriously and began staring down Yang Kai with a cold look on his face. His amiable image from before was nowhere to be seen as he glared at Yang Kai as if he was guilty of killing his father and stealing his wife, ruthless hatred filling his eyes. As I expected, you really are accomplices. Yang Kai coldly snorted at Yang Tai when he saw him appear. At the same time, he was silently looking for a way to break out of this illusion array. Yang Tai was the one who invited Gong Yu, and since Gong Yu was suspect, Yang Tai was naturally suspicious as well. When Yang Kai saw Yang Tai enter the illusion realm so simply just now, his previous doubts were immediately confirmed. Accomplices? Yang Tai sneered. Think what you want. I was most wary of Feng Zhua at first, but I didn't think you'd be the one to spoil everything. It seems I've underestimated you. Yang Kai's face was extremely dark as he thought for a moment before asking. So that Gong Yu really is the Gong family's former patriarch? Even though he doubted Gong Yu's identity twice, he understood that he was wrong after he was trapped in this illusion array. Gong Yu was most likely exactly who he said he was, as only someone from the Gong family would be able to carry around so many array plates with them and be able to deploy such profound illusion arrays in an instant. What Yang Kai did not expect was that the Gong family's former patriarch would actually be so vicious as to disregard the family's reputation just for the sake of one ancient cave mansion. Brother Gong is naturally the real Brother Gong. I don't know why you're suspecting him. Yang Tai looked at Yang Kai with a mocking gaze, as if laughing at him for thinking himself clever. Yang Kai sighed. Anyway, you and Gong Yu are in the same boat. That I'm not wrong about. But Yang Kai made another mistake. He thought that Feng Zhua was also one of their accomplices because Feng Zhua had lost too quickly during his spirit array match with Gong Yu, which was what verified Gong Yu's identity for everyone. Yang Kai thought that he was just acting, so he was suspicious of Feng Zhua as well, but now he knew that Gong Yu was the real deal, and really did have the ability to crush Feng Zhua when it came to spirit arrays. Are you trying to find this array's weak spot? Yang Tai himself was a first-order emperor, and he also had the wisdom that came with age, so it was naturally impossible for him to not realize Yang Kai's intentions here. However, he did not seem to show any fear, nor was he in any rush to stop Yang Kai's movements. Instead, he showed a taunting smile. Then you better look properly, because Brother Gong's spirit arrays don't come with many flaws. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked straight at him and muttered, So that's how it is. Yang Tai laughed. So you figured it out? Yang Kai nodded. It's all thanks to your words. You are the center of this spirit array, its array core so to speak. Yang Tai nodded readily. That's right. I entered this array with control of the array core, so it is quite a simple task to break this array. You just have to kill me. He smiled smugly like an old fox that had snatched a chicken. But, do you have that ability? It wasn't that he looked down on Yang Kai. Even though the two of them were around the same realm in terms of cultivation, he had seen Yang Kai's moves when they were cutting through the poison mist. His attacks were weak and it was hard for him to keep up. His aura was also fluctuating and unstable, proving the speculation the group had about Yang Kai being injured. What's more, Yang Tai gained control of this illusion array from Gongyu, becoming its array core, so he could exert strength far beyond that of just an ordinary first-order emperor here. That was why he had no fear. Even if Yang Kai realized where the array core was, he still couldn't break this array. Why? Yang Kai furrowed his brows. What do you mean, why? Yang Tai wasn't in a hurry to make a move, as he had an absolute advantage at this moment, and knew he could strike at any time to effortlessly take Yang Kai's life. Nobody knows what's hidden behind that giant blood-colored door. It may be treasure or it may be a death trap. Who can say anything for certain regarding things from ancient times? Why would you even go to the extent of killing others for it? Yang Tai laughed and shook his head. You understand nothing at all. That's why I'm asking for clarification. Yang Tai frowned as he muttered, seemingly to himself. There's something very important in there. Very, very important. I must get my hands on it. Yang Kai was surprised. You know what's inside? How could you possibly know? The giant blood-colored door had an ancient seal on it, and it was because Yang Tai, Wu Kuangyi, and Hua Yulu were unable to break it that they agreed to go out and find helpers, then come back to try again half a year later. Before the seal was broken, no one could possibly know what secrets were hidden inside. Murdering 4 or 5 Emperor Realm Masters was not something someone would consider for uncertain benefits, but Yang Tai had done just that, even going so far as to invite Gongyu to assist him. His mutterings, however, clearly showed that he did have some knowledge about what lay beyond the giant blood-colored door, which was the most surprising part to Yang Kai. To make things worse, Yang Tai didn't seem to be in the right state of mind at the moment. It was as if he'd gone mad, with not even a trace of an Emperor Realm Master's poise left in him. Quietly, Yang Kai circulated his spiritual energy, and a golden light flashed from his left eye. Speaking in an authoritative voice laced with his divine sense, Yang Kai called out, "Tell me, what's in there? Inside there? It's..." Yang Tai began to speak, but as soon as he said a few words, his face suddenly changed. At the same time, Yang Kai let out a stifled grunt, his face suddenly turning pale. His soul had been injured to begin with, and he was forcefully circulating his spiritual energy now. It would have been fine if Yang Tai hadn't resisted, but this old fox reacted immediately and counterattacked, injuring Yang Kai again. You dare try to manipulate me? Yang Tai's face twisted with fury in an instant and no longer wasted time with Yang Kai. Spreading his arms, the seawater behind him rose up into the sky, converging into a lifelike water dragon that swam through the sky and slammed towards Yang Kai. Its dragon roar was so powerful that it shook the world, opening its giant maw as if it were going to swallow up Yang Kai. Yang Kai could feel cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Even though he knew that this was all part of the illusion array, he didn't dare to take this water dragon head-on. He wasn't in the best condition right now, so any carelessness on his part may cause him irreparable damage. So, in the face of such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai's first reaction was to dodge. His body flickered and moved several dozen meters at once, but before he could regain his footing, the seawater below him swirled up turbulently, forming a giant whirlpool out of which another water dragon surged. Yang Tai sneered, "Little brat, you should just surrender without a fight. You are not this old master's opponent." Even without the help of the spirit array, Yang Tai was confident that he could beat Yang Kai. Only it would take a little more effort. Now that he had entered the illusion array as the array core and was able to control its power, it was even more impossible for Yang Kai to best him. Despite controlling 2 water dragons at once to chase after Yang Kai, Yang Tai's mouth did not remain idle. Even though a blood sacrifice is needed, your lives may not have been needed. You could have just helped this old master open up the seal if you obediently cooperated. It's not like this old master must take your life. But if this old master catches you now... Heh. He did not say what the consequences would be, but his threat couldn't be more obvious. How could Yang Kai believe him, though? Without a word, he dodged the two water dragon's attacks, escaping several close calls and gradually closing in on Yang Tai. Since you refuse a toast, you must drink a loss. Yang Tai tried to persuade him but received no response, spoiling his mood. So he raised his hand and another two water dragons rose from the sea to pursue Yang Kai. Yang Kai's situation was getting worse and worse now, like a tiny wooden boat caught in the middle of an ocean storm, at risk of breaking apart at any moment. But each time he seemed to be in danger, Yang Kai was able to avoid the attacks of the water dragons at the most critical moment, which caused Yang Tai to bellow in anger, consumed by fury. Yang Tai had completely lost the bearing of an Emperor Realm Master. Ever since he saw the giant blood-colored door, Yang Kai noticed that something wasn't quite right about Yang Tai. He seemed to be more hot-headed than usual and suffered from huge mood swings. It was slightly more hidden and not too obvious before, but it had become extremely conspicuous after he entered into a fight with Yang Kai in the illusion array. For water dragons became 6, then 8, then 10. When the water dragons above the sea became as many as 15, Yang Tai's robes began billowing on their own with an audible flutter. The Emperor Qi pulsing from his body was constantly threshing like boiling water. His eyes were bloodshot and he was staring hard at Yang Kai as he moved back and forth. Yang Tai was now like a volcano that was about to erupt, harboring a great deal of heated rage. There was no way Yang Tai could not be angry at this moment, though, as he thought he would be able to take down Yang Kai as easily as crushing a bug with his great strength and the assistance of the spirit array. But reality was different, and no matter how dangerous the situation seemed to look for Yang Kai, he would always be able to turn peril into safety at the critical moment. The disparity between his expectations and reality was hard for Yang Tai to accept, and his anger continued to climb. His anger reached its peak once he summoned 15 water dragons. He was focused on controlling those dragons and pursued Yang Kai for quite a while, finally trapping him somewhere in the sea with no room to escape. As dragon roars sounded, the huge writhing water dragons rammed towards Yang Kai. Yang Tai sneered, "Little brat, you should be glad that you still have some use. This old master will not kill you now, but you'll have a taste of something even more painful than death after this." Yang Kai stood above the sea, watching the 15 water dragons that were crashing down on him. As if he'd resigned to his fate, he no longer dodged like before, but there didn't seem to be much panic on his face either. Fierce auras were pouncing over in all directions, sending chills down Yang Kai's body before the attacks even arrived. But right at that moment something happened. As if they were having cramps, the 15 water dragons suddenly stopped, squirmed a few times, then collapsed into giant splashes of rain that poured down from the sky. Yang Tai was stunned and his expression twisted as he hissed, "What have you done?" He thought that Yang Kai secretly performed some sort of trick to break his ability to control the spirit array without him knowing, but he was confused to find that he was still the array core here, with nothing having changed. Yang Kai grinned. "Even though I am not too proficient in spirit arrays, I do know one thing, and that is that sometimes one's strength falls short, making it impossible to perform, especially for an old man like you." The enraged Yang Tai's face became even more ugly at his words. But Yang Kai's words also made him realize that the water dragons did not break as a result of something Yang Kai did, but rather because he exceeded his own limits, causing the illusion to go out of control. He didn't even notice such a simple thing until Yang Kai reminded him about it. Yang Tai quickly tried to reassert control over the illusion array and was determined to be more careful this time. He had fought with Yang Kai for such a long time that he had more or less figured out his details. Even if this little brat was a bit faster than him, there was nothing else about him worth paying any attention to. But Yang Kai wasn't going to give Yang Tai any more chances. He had been running and dodging all this while just for this chance, so how could Yang Kai not grasp this opportunity well? He quickly formed a set of profound hand seals as a strange aura began to expand from his body. As this aura spread out, Yang Tai suddenly felt as if trying to think was an extremely difficult thing, like his mind had frozen at that moment. Everything in the world then stopped, as if time had been disturbed. When he came to his senses, he heard Yang Kai's murmurs in his ears. "Time flows on infinitely, like a mighty stream, like an unending dream. A seal suddenly flew out towards him, and it wasn't until it came close that Yang Tai woke up from his daze. Before this, he didn't even feel any traces of Yang Kai's movements, as if his memory of that moment had been erased. As he was struck by the seal, Yang Tai was knocked down into the sea below, blood splashing out that dyed the water red. He paid a heavy price for his carelessness and underestimating his foe. Time principles began to erode his old body, and the little lifespan he had left in him rapidly melted away, causing him to panic. He had no idea what to do in this situation. Just as Yang Tai was feeling at a loss, Yang Kai caught up to him underwater. His movements were strong and nimble even in this environment, and he was able to arrive in front of Yang Tai in just a breath. Raising his hand, Yang Kai thrust out his palm, causing the surrounding water to surge. Even though this wasn't some kind of secret technique, it wasn't a strike the current Yang Tai could handle. Yang Tai let out a strange cry as his body was torn apart. Yang Kai did not feel the slightest joy after his strike landed though, and instead turned his eyes to the side. There, a gigantic catfish with thick whiskers was swimming away quickly, fleeing several kilometers in the blink of an eye. This catfish was actually Yang Tai. At the most critical moment, he used the power of the illusion array to create the scene of him being killed in front of Yang Kai while disguising himself as a fish to escape. Yang Tai himself was definitely incapable of really transforming like this, but he could do as he pleased thanks to the illusion array. 10 kilometers away, the catfish leapt out of the sea and changed back to reveal the figure of an elderly man. Right now, Yang Tai was not as casual and confident as before. Instead, he was in a miserable state. There were large blots of red on his chest, and as he bent over and coughed violently a few times, he appeared more like a terminally ill patient that was about to die than a powerful Emperor Realm Master. The Time Flies seal was still eroding every part of his body, right down to his bones, causing Yang Tai to panic. No matter how he tried to resist this strange force, he couldn't stop its rampage, much less disperse it. Yang Kai also leapt out of the water, and panting lightly, he looked at Yang Tai from across the sky. He injured Yang Tai, but he wasn't in good shape himself either. Usually, he would be able to crush someone like Yang Tai easily, but in his current state it would require more thought on his part, especially since his opponent had both favorable conditions and an advantageous position. Damn it! Damn you! Yang Tai cursed through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out several moon blades before chasing after them. He wasn't clear about the situation outside, but he knew that it could only get worse the longer he delayed things here. Xiaxia entrusted Huayulu to him, so he had to bring her back safely. Yang Kai could ignore the lives of the others, but he couldn't afford to make any mistakes with Huayulu. He had the opportunity to strike first, and he didn't want to be passively beaten anymore, so he took the initiative into his own hands. When the moon blades whistled over to him, Yang Tai stopped his cursing. He could feel the terrifying force contained within the moon blades, causing his face to change abruptly as his body began to melt away like water. The moon blades cut through his body, but they weren't able to harm him much. Yang Tai had clearly begun exercising the spirit array's might as well. The sea began to rage, and a 1,000-meter-high wave rose up, transforming into a water giant that vaguely shared Yang Tai's features. The water giant walked on the waves, each and every step rolling up the tide of the sea into a terrifying attack. Compared to Yang Kai, who continued his charge, it was simply like the difference between an ant and an elephant. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived before the water giant, summoned his myriad sword, and sent out a series of sword lights that sliced huge gashes into his opponent. But no matter how Yang Kai attacked, the gashes would just restore themselves in short order. The water giant that Yang Tai transformed into howled above the sea. Inside the illusion array, he was able to perform the water attribute attacks of the highest grade, pushing Yang Kai to the edge immediately. Yang Kai thought about using his dragon transformation or even summoning the mountains and rivers bell to end this once and for all, but his injuries would not allow him to do so. Right now, he could not even release half of his full strength. Yang Tai gradually took the advantage and steadily suppressed Yang Kai to the point where the latter couldn't fight back. The water giant howled, "I'll rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces." He seemed to have forgotten about his original intention of taking Yang Kai's blood to perform the blood sacrifice. Right now, all Yang Tai wanted was to end Yang Kai's life right here. Wisps of black qi began seeping out from the body of the transparent water giant at that moment. Sensing this black qi, Yang Kai's body shook as he shouted, "Demon qi!" His jaw instantly dropped. He actually saw demon qi coming out of Yang Tai's body. Even though it was neither pure nor dense, it was undoubtedly demon qi. Yang Kai couldn't recognize it wrongly as he had just left the Thousand Illusions dream world where he had fought for years with the ancient demons. His memory of their qi was still fresh. How could demon qi come out from Yang Tai's body? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. In ancient times, the demon race invaded the land several times, but they were always beaten back. The two worlds' passage should also have been sealed, so normal people couldn't come into contact with demon qi. But thinking about it again, Yang Kai had encountered demon qi several times before. Only it was far purer than the demon qi Yang Tai was radiating. Yang Tai must have obtained something as well that allowed him to develop demon qi. All sorts of thoughts passed through his mind in a flash before it all suddenly clicked in Yang Kai's mind. Was it that secret technique? Hua Yulu told him that her trio had all gained something when they explored the ancient cave mansion 6 months ago. She obtained the little flower drum, Wu Kuang-yi made great advancements in his cultivation, and Yang Tai acquired a secret technique. When they were on their way here, Yang Kai was lucky enough to see Yang Tai use that secret technique. It was power condensed into an ancient character. Even if he stayed in an ancient world for 2 years though, he still had no idea about the mysteries behind that character. He had only seen it once in the Shaman Divine Temple, and even the records inside were not clear. But now, it appeared that the ancient character was not from this land, but was instead a demon race character. The reason that records of it were available in the Shaman Divine Temple was to warn their descendants of the existence of these types of characters. Yang Tai had unknowingly learned the true meaning of that character, and a trace of demon essence was thus formed in his body. As this demon essence awakened during this life or death battle with Yang Kai, it began releasing demon qi. All of this was just his speculation, but Yang Kai couldn't find a better explanation for the current situation. If what he thought was truly the case though, then all of Yang Tai's strange behaviors would make sense. He was an Emperor Realm Master after all, and should have a corresponding level of intelligence and mental fortitude. Large emotional fluctuations and frenzied reactions towards certain things were definitely not something normal, but if he was being affected by demon qi hiding inside his body, then it would be perfectly reasonable to act in this manner. Thinking about it this way, Yang Kai was shocked again. He speculated that perhaps it was a demon spirit that was born from the demon race character that gave Yang Tai insight into the secrets behind the giant blood-colored door. If that was true, then whatever was hidden behind that giant blood-colored door was definitely related to the demon race. Yang Tai, you've become demonized and aren't thinking straight, Yang Kai bellowed. Yang Tai ignored him. However, as the water giant he transformed into slammed its palm down, raising a huge wave that seemed like it wanted to shatter the entire world. Tell me, is there a demon sealed behind that door? Yang Kai continued to shout, but this time he infused his spiritual energy into his voice and sent it directly into Yang Tai's soul, making it impossible for him to ignore. Some ancient demons were very difficult to kill, just like the giant one-eyed demon that Yang Kai encountered, which was sealed outside of Maplewood City. If what was sealed behind that giant blood-colored door also happened to be such a demon, or a part of such a demon, then it definitely wouldn't be a good thing to set it free. Last time, Yang Kai just happened to seal an ancient demon's qi into his dantian. But such a miracle may not happen again this time. This time, Yang Tai heard Yang Kai's shout, and the water giant's movements stalled for a moment before turning furious. How did you know that? How could you possibly know that? As if some unspeakable secret had been revealed, Yang Tai had become infuriated. Yang Kai's heart sank sharply hearing these words. The water giant raised its palm again, slamming it down towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood his ground this time though, not trying to evade. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, but by the time they opened again, the aura surrounding his body had abruptly changed, taking on an ancient air. He was now channeling his shaman strength. After leaving the Thousand Illusions dream world, Xianxia had always wanted to try and see if he could still use his shaman strength. After all, he had cultivated this power for more than 2 years there, so he couldn't just let it go to waste. So, he attempted it several times on the way here. The results pleasantly surprised him. He could freely switch between Emperor Qi and shaman strength now, with the two powers not conflicting with each other. Only, the shaman strength was a little weaker than his Emperor Qi, and the shamanic spells were a little strenuous to perform. It wasn't as easy as the secret techniques of the modern day. Another thing Xianxia noticed was that though he could perform the shamanic spells, they weren't as strong as they were inside the Thousand Illusions dream world. It could only be used at 80% of its power. Xianxia felt that this must be due to the effects of the different world principles. The ancient barbarian race could only cultivate shamanic spells because the world principles of that era aligned with these techniques. Over time, slight changes also began to appear in the world principles. The living beings of each era had their own specialties. Xianxia was forcefully using shamanic spells of the ancient times in this era, so it was only natural they wouldn't be as effective. This was just how it was, and nobody could change it. While muttering an archaic incantation, Xianxia quickly formed seals with his hands, and a glowing light burst forth from his hands, spreading out in all directions with a loud bang. Demon suppression. The light swept over towards the water giant's body as Xianxia's voice sounded. It didn't cause any apparent damage, but the water giant seemed to take a hard hit, its actions halting as it lost all its momentum. At the same time, a grating cry sounded from the mouth of the water giant. Naturally, it was Xianxia. The black chi floating on the surface of the water giant's body melted away like snowflakes under the sun after the light swept across it. During the war inside the Thousand Illusions dream world that lasted more than 2 years, the barbarian race also developed a number of shamanic spells to use against the demon race. The demon suppression spell was born at that time. It did little in terms of lethality, but it could disrupt and suppress the power of a demon. Xianxia had several dozen such shamanic spells in his possession, all of which were similar to each other. After using demon suppression, Xianxia began chanting again, quickly engulfing the water giant in front of him with another blinding light and drawing even more miserable screams from Xianxia. When Xianxia cast the 7th shamanic spell, the huge water giant burst apart. Xianxia's screams also came to a screeching halt, and the turbulent sea regained its calm. Xianxia's expression looked solemn as he released his divine sense and searched for Xianxia. But he found nothing. Xianxia's aura had disappeared without a trace in this illusion array, and a short moment later, Xianxia was surprised to find the illusion array's core. Xianxia had escaped and was no longer here. The truth was just as Xianxia observed. At this moment, from a cloud of blue smoke, a figure suddenly appeared inside the rock cave. Xianxia had emerged in a miserable state, doubled over and coughing violently, blood dripping from numerous wounds all over his body. Brother Yang Yu, how, not far away, Gong Yu, who was presiding over the 6.1 center array, was shocked to see Xianxia's condition, almost causing a fault to appear in the spirit array. Currently the 6.1 center array had already been arranged, with Hua Yulu, Fang Zhua, Wu Kuangyi, and Chun Bing Ru all suspended midair with pale faces, set in special positions according to the array's principles, seemingly having lost the power to resist. There was a small cut on each of their bodies as well that red blood was trickling out of, and under Gong Yu's manipulations, this blood was all gathering towards the giant blood-colored door. The giant blood-colored door also seemed to have transformed into a bottomless pit. No matter how much blood was brought to it, it would devour all of it without leaving a single drop. Following the inflow of blood, the giant blood-colored door began emitting a strange glow. Gong Yu was a second-order emperor, and his strength was not bad to begin with, so having caught his opponents off guard and with the help of numerous array plates, Hua Yulu and the others weren't his opponents at all. In the time that Xianxia and Xianxia were locked in battle, all the others had been restrained and no longer had the power to fight back. Gong Yu thought that Xianxia wouldn't need to use much effort to take down Yangjiu. But when Xianxia showed up in such a terrible state, he realized he was wrong. That Yangjiu actually defeated Xianxia inside the illusion array. He had such capability? How is the progress? Xianxia ignored Gong Yu's surprise and was also no longer as friendly as before. There was a look of impatience on his brows, and at the moment, he acted just like a king standing high above others, questioning his subordinates. Gong Yu frowned. My side is fine, but with 2 fewer people, the speed of cracking the array is going to be very slow. I still need about an hour. When the trapped Hua Yu Lu and the others heard these words, their faces turned ashen. Breaking the array with a blood sacrifice was not as simple as it seemed. Every time their blood was drawn away, they could feel excruciating pain as if their insides were being torn apart. The only reason they weren't screaming was because they were under the restraint of this spirit array. Hearing that this was going to last another hour, the 4 people were all feeling terrified and uneasy. If that were truly the case, then they may as well commit suicide so they wouldn't have to suffer this way. An hour is too long, Yang Tai shouted, turning back towards a cloud of blue smoke. Yang Jiu was trapped inside this fog bank, but he no longer dared to go in and fight him. Honestly, Yang Jiu's performance surprised Yang Tai, but he wasn't too worried about him at first. Only after he began using those strange secret techniques did Yang Tai become terrified. It was as if he'd met his natural enemy, an existence he had even lost the courage to face. Use my blood. Yang Tai took the initiative to step towards Hua Yu Lu and the others, occupying another position in the array in a flash. Then, with his finger as a knife, he cut a wound on his own wrist and blood immediately gushed out in a torrent. Brother Yang Yu? Gong Yu looked at Yang Tai in surprise. He had the instinctive idea that this man was not in the right state of mind at this moment. This wasn't anything like what they planned. Even though Yang Tai was supposed to be part of the 6.1 center array, the most important sources for the blood sacrifice were supposed to be the other 5. As long as they drained those 5 dry, it should be enough to break the array. But things didn't happen quite as they expected. Firstly, Yang Jiu was able to see through part of their scheme, resulting in some accidents. Now, they couldn't even gather everyone to complete the array with, but Yang Tai actually decided not to be stingy with his own blood and asked to participate as well, as if vowing to break open the spirit array even if it cost him his life. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. When he saw Gong Yu's hesitation, Yang Tai couldn't help but urge him on, his tone even seeming hostile. Gong Yu frowned. Brother Yang, what you said is truly behind this door, right? At this point, Gong Yu was even thinking of withdrawing, mainly because of how worrying Yang Tai's performance was. He couldn't help but wonder if this was all worth doing in the first place. Yang Tai coldly snorted. You also know how deep and profound that character is, so you must know its might. There are more characters like that behind that door. The greatest secrets of the martial Tao are hidden there, and as long as the seal is broken, you can easily break through to the Third Order Emperor realm. When that time comes, who will dare to underestimate your heavenly River Valley Gong family? As for your Gong family's reputation, who will know what happened here if they're all dead? This old master is on your side, so I will naturally not reveal what happened today. Gong Yu's expression fluctuated several times before he finally made up his mind. Good. The main reason he agreed to work with Yang Tai to deceive the others here was because of the power he had seen behind that ancient character. At his First Order Emperor realm cultivation, Yang Tai was able to exert the strength of a Second Order Emperor, proving how astonishing the origins of that character were. Even though the Gong family was not a small force, they didn't have a Third Order Emperor realm master's protection, so their status in the Southern Territory was a little awkward. Whenever the Gong family was mentioned, anyone would think about spirit arrays, but nobody had any idea how much the Gong family coveted great power, especially Gong Yu. He made the revitalization of the Gong family his lifelong goal, but his Second-Order Emperor realm cultivation was neither here nor there in terms of the hierarchy, so it was difficult for him to become the great trailblazer for his family. Yang Tai assured him that he would be able to gain the secrets to advance into the Third-Order Emperor realm after the spirit array was broken. Interest aroused, Gong Yu joined hands with him. Just as Yang Tai said, everyone here was going to die after the blood sacrifice, so who was going to know that the Gong family's former patriarch did something so despicable? So, the Gong family's reputation wouldn't be affected. At Yang Tai's urging, the seals on Gong Yu's hand changed. Yang Tai immediately let out a grunt as large amounts of blood began pouring out of the wound on his wrist like a fountain. In order to ensure the spirit array could be broken faster, Gong Yu also increased the extraction of blood from the other four. All of a sudden, Hua Yu Lu and the others were all showing unbearable expressions of pain. As blood flowed into it, the glow of the giant blood-colored door became brighter and brighter. Yang Tai lost a lot of blood, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he was exhilarated as he stared at the giant blood-colored door without even moving his gaze for a moment. It was at that instant that a noise suddenly sounded from the pale blue smoke, and Yang Kai's figure appeared out of thin air. Without Yang Tai hosting the array and with Gong Yu distracted with other matters, the illusion array created by the array plate was unable to withstand Yang Kai's attacks. In just that short amount of time after Yang Tai escaped, Yang Kai was able to break free. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately understood the current situation. Under Yang Tai's panicked and fearful gaze, he waved the myriad sword in his hand, slashing down a shocking sword light that was aimed right at Gong Yu. Gong Yu was the master of the 6-point center array, so the only way to stop it was to attack him. Gong Yu was not surprised at all by this. Or rather, he had anticipated this situation ever since Yang Tai escaped from the illusion array. So, with a flick of his finger, another array plate was sent flying at Yang Kai. As the former patriarch of the Gong family, and a sect master of a spirit array sect, Gong Yu did not carry much on his body, but he did have quite a number of array plates at his disposal. Among these plates were killing arrays, illusion arrays, trapping arrays, etc. The space was too narrow for Yang Kai to be able to dodge though, so despite having just escaped from one spirit array, he was quickly dragged into another. When he saw this, Yang Tai cheered and laughed while the faces of Hua Yu Lu and the others paled even further. They had no other hope now. Being restrained by the 6-point center array, they were unable to use their strength at all, and even their freedom was under Gong Yu's control. There was no way for them to break free with their own ability. They could only put all their hopes on Yang Kai, but just as he showed them a glimmer of hope, they were let down again. Some expectation had just emerged, and it had all shattered immediately. They were done for now, they all thought. How long can you keep him trapped? Yang Tai asked Gong Yu. Gong Yu frowned. 30 breaths. Yang Tai seemed to be dissatisfied with this, but he knew too that there was no way around it. If Gong Yu were to host these array plates personally, then he should be able to trap Yang Jiu for a longer amount of time. But right now, Gong Yu didn't have the spare hands to do so. Being able to trap Yang Jiu for 30 breaths of time with a masterless spirit array was already the limit. 10 breaths later though, the spirit array suddenly shattered, and Yang Kai's figure reappeared. What? Gong Yu was shocked. He had just announced that the spirit array could trap Yang Kai for 30 breaths of time, which was already an overestimation of the opponent's strength. But it turned out that after just 10 breaths of time, the array was broken. Just how powerful was this Yang Jiu? He's back. Yang Tai called out to remind Gong Yu to toss out another array plate. After eating such a loss, Yang Kai was much more careful now. In a flash, he put some distance between Gong Yu and himself, shouting, "Old Patriarch Gong, regardless of whether or not you're doing this willingly or were deceived, you must know one thing. Yang Tai has been corrupted by demon chi and underwent demonification. Your acts now are akin to assisting a tyrant to oppress the innocent. This will not bring any kind of glory to your Gong family. It's not too late for you to stop now. You smelly brat. What sort of nonsense are you spouting? When did this old master become demonified?" Yang Tai retorted, and as he was worrying that Gong Yu would be affected by these slanderous lies, he also quickly urged, "Brother Gong, don't listen to him. The most important thing is to take him down as soon as possible." Yang Kai's body suddenly disappeared in a flash before his voice began sounding from all directions. "Ancient demons are sealed behind that giant blood-colored door. Yang Tai intends to let them out. You may not know how terrifying the demon race is, but you definitely won't want to know. Gong Yu, are you sure you want to be this sinner's accomplice? This ancient cave mansion has been around for at least tens of thousands of years, if not hundreds of thousands. How could any demon be sealed inside? This brat is lying. Not to mention that even if demons were sealed here, they would have died long ago. Brother Gong, The ultimate secret of the martial Tao lies behind that door. Don't believe that little brat. Open the door, then you and I can share in the benefits. Yang Kai and Yang Tai's arguing sounded like two flies constantly buzzing in his ears, annoying Gong Yu to no end. Raising his hand, he summoned several more array plates, laying down several layers of spirit arrays to protect himself so no matter where Yang Kai was attacking from, he was bound to get caught by one of them. Very good. Yang Tai laughed, shouting tauntingly into the void. This old master acknowledges that you have some skill, but that's all. If you want to live, then it's not too late for you to escape now. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll be too late. He was really afraid of all the strange secret techniques Yang Kai had, as they felt as if they were created solely to restrain him. So, he could want nothing more than for Yang Kai to leave here as soon as possible. As for whether Yang Kai would expose the secret of this place or not after escaping, that wasn't something he had to consider. He just needed to get this door open. There were 5 people left in here, including him, which was enough for the blood sacrifice. It just needed a little longer to break the array. But Gong Yu's face sank when he heard this. Even though he and Yang Tai worked together to set this trap, he had done it for the sake of the Gong family. There was no intention for any survivors to be left. Yang Tai was also one of the targets he intended to kill, so how could he allow Yang Kai to escape alone? As his thoughts turned, he asked, "Little brother, you say there are demons sealed behind that door, but what proof do you have?" Yang Tai told me that the ultimate secrets of the martial Tao were inside there. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he spoke. "Do you really believe that? If you do, then you're a fool." Gong Yu raised his voice. "I have peered into the mysteries of that word, and it tells me that Yang Tai isn't lying. What you saw was an ancient demon race character. You've been deceived." "What?" Gong Yu's face changed. "A demon race character?" Under shock, a crack began to appear in his layers of spirit arrays. It was at that moment that Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Nobody could see clearly how he re-emerged, but by the time they saw him, he was already standing a meter in front of Gong Yu. The look of panic on Gong Yu's face disappeared in an instant, and there was a shrewd glow in his eyes. Everything he said just now was obviously just an act to lure Yang Kai out. And Yang Kai really showed up. Gong Yu smiled coldly as he instantly prepared to activate all the array plates by his side to their maximum to drag Yang Kai into one of them. He wouldn't take it lightly again this time, and decided that even if he had to split his attention, he would actively deal with Yang Kai before handling other matters. At that moment, a small, ancient-looking bell appeared in Yang Kai's hand that began to spin and swell up into a massive object. An ancient and desolate aura filled the air while Yang Kai shivered, seemingly on the verge of collapse. However, the hand that was holding onto the small bell was steady as a rock. Guangdang. When the bell tolled, everyone felt their eardrums shaking, dizzying them for a moment. The layers of spirit arrays that Gong Yu arranged around himself were all shattered by the ring of this bell before they could activate, collapsing all at once. Not only that, but being struck by such a close impact from the mountains and rivers bell, it was as if Gong Yu had been struck by lightning, his mind going blank for a moment before his chest caved in and a large bulge formed on his back. In the next instant, he flew out like a rag sack and smashed into a nearby wall before sliding down miserably. He had a second-order Emperor realm cultivation, so it was reasonable to say that he shouldn't have suffered so badly from this strike, but thinking he had already won, Gong Yu had left himself completely defenseless, allowing this fierce blow from the mountains and rivers bell to hurt him severely. The toll of the bell raged through Gong Yu's body and his meridians, making it so he couldn't even breathe. The 6.1 center array, having lost its host, collapsed, causing Huayu Lu and the others who were suspended midair to fall down like dumplings, all of them letting out cries of surprise. They were all Emperor Realm Masters, but they were completely disoriented on the ground now, just like babies who had not yet learned to walk. They couldn't get back up after falling down, and they all looked miserable. Most of the power of the mountains and rivers bell's attack was borne by Gong Yu, but it still affected them a little. Plus, they were under Gong Yu's control this whole time and lost too much blood, so they were extremely weak to begin with. Right now, they probably wouldn't be able to exert a tenth of their full strength. The only one among them in a better state was Yang Tai. He entered the array later, and even though he lost a lot of blood, he was still far better off than the rest. He only staggered for a moment after landing on the ground before steadying himself. But the sudden blow still made his mind buzz. Everything had been going well, so he didn't expect the situation to take such a sharp turn in the blink of an eye. He was standing in place, stunned for a while, before he finally came back to his senses. Eyes filled with incomparable hatred, he turned towards Xianxia, ground his teeth, and began incoherently muttering, Why? Murderous thoughts towards Xianxia filled his entire being before spilling over and enveloping their target. Xianxia also staggered. He used up all of his strength in that attack with the mountains and rivers bell, and was now just like a lamp running out of oil. Even the Emperor Qi in his body was having difficulty circulating. When he saw Xianxia's divine sense locking onto him though, seemingly as if he was going to immediately lash out, Xianxia quickly took a deep breath and squeezed out what little remaining power there was in his dantian and began to chant. Xianxia was startled and felt as if a bucket of cold water had doused all the anger in him. He even began to cower before Xianxia, seemingly utterly terrified. He had already eaten a loss from Xianxia previously in the illusion array and knew the might of these strange secret techniques. They were just like his natural enemy, so he became instinctively afraid as soon as he heard the strange incantations again. Only after falling back a few steps was Xianxia able to find a sense of security. Xianxia also found the right moment to stop chanting. He was currently an arrow at the end of its flight and could no longer exert his power at will. If Xianxia wasn't going to move, then he couldn't be bothered to strike first. The current situation gave him a headache. There were 7 Emperor Realm Masters here, and each one was weaker than the next. Xianxia was currently in the best condition, so if he really steeled himself to kill, the only thing Xianxia could do would be to hide in the sealed world bead with Hua Yulu. As for the others, whether they lived or died was no longer his business. But Xianxia was indeed extremely fearful of Xianxia, and did not dare try anything with him again. Suddenly, the crimson glow that once filled the cave began fading, catching Xianxia's attention. He turned towards the giant blood-colored door and wailed, "No, this can't be!" Before, under the blood sacrifice that Gong Yu presided over, the glow surrounding the giant blood-colored door was growing brighter and brighter. The ancient seal was even showing signs of opening. However, after the array was broken by Xianxia, cutting off the blood sacrifice, the glow gradually turned dim, and the ancient barrier stabilized once more. Xianxia began to roar, and nobody knew what he thought of. But he suddenly turned around to glare viciously at one of the people in the room. Then, reaching out, he grabbed at him. "Xianxia, you dare?" Wu Kuangyi shouted angrily at him. But where would he still have the strength to resist? He was lifted up by Xianxia as easily as lifting up a chicken. In front of everyone's eyes, Xianxia struck Wu Kuangyi's body several times before throwing him towards the giant blood-colored door. Wu Kuangyi let out a pained scream, but that too came to a sudden halt. When he hit the giant blood-colored door, maybe due to the force of the impact, or maybe it was from the strikes Xianxia delivered to his body, but Wu Kuangyi suddenly burst into a mist of blood, leaving no bones behind, splashing a crimson mass onto the giant blood-colored door. Gradually, the dimming door regained a trace of light. When they saw this, everyone was aghast. Wu Kuangyi's death caused their lips to go numb, and their teeth to go cold. None of them knew who Xianxia was going to attack next. Not enough. Not enough. This is far from enough. But it was as if Xianxia had gone insane. After killing Wu Kuangyi with his own hands, there was only a vexed look on his face. He was constantly muttering under his breath as his eyes swept over the remaining people. At the same time, a faint black qi began appearing from his body. Naturally, it was the demon qi that Xianxia was familiar with. As the others instinctually averted their gazes at this sight, fearing that they would draw unwanted attention to themselves, Xianxia stared at Xianxia with cold eyes, sneering. "Give it up, Xianxia. Your plan won't work anymore. There's no way you can break this seal now. You're already completely transforming into a demon, and your death isn't even worth pitying." On the other side, Gong Yu, who had been wounded by Xianxia, finally managed to gather himself and was staring dumbfounded at the demon chi surrounding Yang Tai. Lifting his finger, he pointed forward and haltingly stuttered with a trembling voice. You. He finally saw the truth. With the trace of demon chi on Yang Tai's body being so obvious, how could Gong Yu not understand now? It was only at this point that he believed what Yang Kai said earlier. Yang Tai had really been demonized. And if that was the case, then Yang Tai's promise wasn't worth a wooden coin anymore. At that thought, Gong Yu's heart felt ashen. He had risked everything in order to join Yang Tai in this villainous plot, but he never expected it to be a scam right from the beginning. He had no idea what Yang Tai's aims were here, but he knew there were definitely no secrets to the martial Tao that he was promised behind that door. Give up! Yang Tai did not notice Gong Yu at all as he yelled hysterically. My mission isn't even complete yet. How could I possibly give up? Yang Kai keenly grasped a clue and frowned. Mission? Your mission is to break that seal? Is whatever behind that door giving you orders? Did it communicate with you? Yang Tai hurriedly shut his mouth, seemingly realizing that he had said too much. Sweeping his eyes across everyone present, he then sneered. Wastes? Nothing but wastes. Even if all your blood is sacrificed, it will still be far from enough. Truthfully, it would have been enough if Yang Kai had not interrupted the blood sacrifice. However, after it was interrupted, all progress was lost. Yang Tai had gone completely crazy and he quickly spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the whole world, and for the first time, the demon chi around his body grew dense, dark, and turbulent. Just the sight alone was enough to send one trembling in fear. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. The new era is coming. You are all ants before the coming tide. He shouted nonsensically before letting out a maniacal laugh and turning towards the giant blood-colored door, running towards it. Yang Kai's eyes bulged as everyone else who was watching was dumbfounded by this scene. Nobody would have expected such a dramatic turn of events. It seemed as if Yang Tai wanted to use his own body as a blood sacrifice to break the ancient seal. Nobody tried to stop him. For one, it was Yang Tai's malicious intentions that dragged everyone into this mess to begin with. So his death was indeed not worth pitying. Secondly, Wu Kuang-yi was just killed by Yang Tai and used as a blood sacrifice, however that wound up being mostly ineffective. Even if Yang Tai sacrificed himself now, it was likely no miracles would happen. So, everyone just stood by and watched coldly. As everyone watched on, Yang Tai smashed into the giant blood-colored door. He used all his strength to crash into the door and did not protect himself in the slightest. So it wasn't hard to predict what would happen. They heard a bang, and just like Wu Kuang-yi before him, Yang Tai exploded into a mist of blood. But his blood and flesh didn't splatter over the door like a messy paste. Instead, it seemed to have its own life, slowly wriggling in midair and gradually coming back together. Everyone who had just begun to feel relieved was instantly set on edge again. They had no idea what this situation entailed, but everyone's hearts filled with a very bad feeling. Yang Kai's perception was better than the others, and he was able to feel wisps of demon essence coming from the mist of blood that Yang Tai had burst into. Naturally, it was a type of aura that made him very uncomfortable, as if he had returned to that ancient world and was facing the masters of the demon realm once more. In the blink of an eye, the cloud of blood gathered into a shape. This, Gong Yu's eyes widened. Demon character. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, his heart swelling with anxiety. The shape that the bloody mist gathered into was none other than the demon character that Yang Tai revealed when he performed his secret technique earlier. Under a mysterious force, the bloody demon character was propelled forward and smashed against the door. No one knew what kind of effect the demon character formed of Yang Tai's physical essence through the blood sacrifice would have on the door, but since Yang Tai had done this, he must have been certain about its efficacy. A light burst from the door that was so bright that they could hardly open their eyes, and just as everyone was blinded for a moment, they could hear a sudden creak. Everyone jumped in fright, and by the time they realized what sound it was, all their faces were pale. The giant blood-colored door was opened. Even though the blood sacrifice that had gone on for so long was interrupted by Yang Kai halfway through, Yang Tai's final desperate struggle became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Whatever was hidden behind the door was going to be revealed at this moment. Yang Kai focused his eyesight to its maximum and finally saw something. The giant blood-colored door had indeed been opened, but only by a small crack. Many of the sealing patterns on the door still seemed to be effective, creating a force that was opposite from the demon character, preventing the door from opening. At that moment, Yang Kai vaguely saw something fly out from the gap. When the light dissipated and the door was shut once more, everything felt like it had just been an illusion after the dust settled. Everyone was in shock and were all looking at each other. But very quickly, someone noticed something was wrong. What is that? Chun Bing-ru's voice was trembling as she pointed at the object floating in front of the door. The group turned to the direction she was pointing at, and they all looked shocked. At some unknown time, a black light the size of a green bean had begun floating in front of the door. It was simply too small and wasn't emitting any special aura, so nobody noticed it at first. Not to mention that the lighting here wasn't very good, so Chun Bing-ru had also only noticed it by chance. The black light didn't seem to be a living thing at all and just floated there quietly without any strange behavior. But when Yang Kai swept his divine sense over it, his face changed and he shouted, "It's a demon spirit! Everyone, guard your minds. Don't let it invade your knowledge sea or you'll definitely be demonized." When they heard that, the faces of the group changed. But Yang Kai had just saved them from death's door. So even though they didn't understand everything, they still moved out of instinct. All of them closed off their knowledge seas and guarded their minds vigilantly. "Brother Yang, this demon spirit, is it the type of demon spirit that we're familiar with?" Fang Zhua asked. The demon spirit that he mentioned was the mass of distracting thoughts that would appear in a cultivator's mind on their path of cultivation. These were the thoughts that could affect their cultivation, such as greed, vanity, jealousy, hatred. All of these were demon spirits, and at times they were able to cause dissonance in one's cultivation. Yang Kai shook his head and turned back to that small mass of black light. He couldn't help but recall his experiences in the Thousand Illusions dream world. There is another great world out there called the Demon Realm, and the beings that live there are called the Demon Race. Several times, they've tried to invade the star boundary, but they were forced to withdraw by the ancient warriors who killed off many of the demon race's masters. But the demon race had a very strange and special characteristic: their incredibly tenacious vitality. They were extremely difficult to kill, and even those ancient warriors were unable to destroy all of them completely. For that reason, they could only seal them. I have no idea what is sealed behind that giant blood-colored door, but this demon spirit definitely escaped from behind it. In short, the demon spirits I speak of are remnant souls of demon race masters. The thing they saw speeding out from behind the door was this black light. When they heard this, everyone was stunned. It was the first time they'd heard about the demon realm. They were, at the very least, Emperor Realm Masters with exceptional skill in cultivation and vast amounts of experience, so while they wouldn't dare say that they knew all the secrets of the world, at the very least, it was very rare for them to have not even heard of something. But it was the first time they'd heard the words, Demon Realm. They knew about the demon race, of course, as there were some vague references in ancient books they'd seen, but those weren't very detailed. "Brother Yang means to say that there are demons sealed behind this door?" Fang Zhua asked with a frown. "From how it seems, I'm afraid it is so," Chun Bing-ru asked. "This ancient cave mansion has existed for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Even if a demon race master was truly sealed behind that door, there's no way they would still be alive now, is there?" Yang Kai answered, "That is why only a demon spirit appeared. The demons sealed inside may be dead, but their remnant souls still exist." "It's just a remnant soul. There's no need to be so." Chun Bing-ru squeezed out a smile, vaguely feeling that Yang Kai was making a big problem out of nothing. Regardless of whether a demon was sealed behind that door or not, so much time had passed that a remnant soul likely wouldn't be able to achieve much even if it showed up. "What do you know?" Yang Kai shouted in anger at her. Chun Bing-ru shut her mouth in embarrassment. Her cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, so if not for the fact that Yang Kai had just saved her life, she would probably be snapping back at him right now. Even so, She still didn't take too kindly to being shouted down at by Yang Kai like this. Yang Kai took a breath to moderate his mood and tone before continuing. As long as the demon spirit is still around, we cannot put down our guards, otherwise, As he was speaking, the black light which had not been moving this whole time suddenly flew up and rushed straight at him. It was not known whether it was intentional or by coincidence. An extremely unsettling aura pulsed from within that small demon spirit, and as if flew towards Yang Kai, he could feel a burning sensation come from his right eye. He immediately understood that it was not a coincidence that the demon spirit chose him. Rather, its actions were driven by instinct. His right eye was fused with the ancient demon's black eye, which had the aura of an ancient demon. Since the demon spirit was the remnant soul of a demon race master, it was only natural that it would be attracted to it. Yang Kai coldly snorted and began chanting a shamanic spell, raising his hand and pointing it forward. A burst of light shot out and swept across the black ball that was flying over to him. In an instant, the black light, which was the size of a bean, was thrown back like a falling leaf in a storm, seemingly being hit hard. Yang Kai's current state was like an arrow at the end of its flight, so the power he could exert at this moment was not great by any means. However, this demon spirit had been sealed for so long that, as a remnant soul, it wasn't very powerful. It immediately shrank in size the moment the shamanic spell hit it. Seemingly sensing that Yang Kai was not easy prey, the black light shot off in another direction. His target was now Gong Yu. Gong Yu was currently somewhat dazed. He had been deceived by Yang Tai and joined hands with him to try and kill several Emperor Realm Masters from the Southern Territory. But now, after Yang Tai used himself as a blood sacrifice, a demon spirit had come out from behind the door, proving that Yang Kai's words were true. The so-called ultimate secrets of the martial Tao were not in there at all. Those lies were merely part of Yang Tai's scheme. Yang Tai wanted to release all the demon spirits sealed behind that door, and that was why he came to Gong Yu, to take advantage of his skills in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. He was the former patriarch of the Gong family, and everything he did was going to reflect back on the Gong family. After today, the Gong family's reputation would have been completely destroyed, putting it in a difficult situation. When he realized this, Gong Yu's heart turned to ashes, and even after hearing the conversation Yang Kai and the others had about the demon spirit, he didn't react too much to it. It wasn't until the demon spirit began flying over to him that Gong Yu finally moved. He raised his hand slightly, sending a solid palm print flying towards the approaching demon spirit. Even though he was an array grandmaster, he still had second-order emperor, so while his palm strike wasn't enough to cause both heaven and earth to flip, it was still very strong. At the very least, it was several times stronger than the shamanic spell that Yang Kai cast earlier. He thought this would be enough to sweep away the demon spirit and even kill it, but something unexpected happened. The palm print passed right through the demon spirit, having no effect on it in the slightest. "Watch out!" Yang Kai shouted. Even though Gong Yu was partly responsible for the current situation, he didn't want Gong Yu's mind to be corrupted after what he encountered in the Thousand Illusions dream world. That was why Yang Kai tried to warn him. Gong Yu also focused himself quickly and brought out everything he had. He had been hurt by the mountains and rivers bell, but under desperate conditions, he still exerted extraordinary strength, placing several layers of solid protection in front of him. But the black light passed through his layers of protection as if they weren't even there, piercing straight into his mind. Everyone was stunned. Gong Yu's eyes also widened for a moment before he let out a shout, as if he was suffering great torment. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why such a thing happened no matter how he thought about it. He saw Gong Yu's protection, and it was reasonable to say that it was sufficient to withstand the demon spirit's erosion. But in fact, it didn't even seem half as useful as it should be. This doesn't seem right. Just as Yang Kai was feeling puzzled, Gong Yu suddenly let out a roar and a raging aura escaped from the pores of his body. Both his hair and his beard danced wildly while his voice shook the cave and rustled the rocks. The faces of everyone changed as they all watched Gong Yu nervously. At this moment, nobody had much power left to resist, so if Gong Yu went berserk, then everyone would be in trouble. Chun Bing-ru said in a trembling voice, "Brother Yang, did he..." His mind is being invaded by the demon spirit. He's going through demonification, Yang Kai shouted through gritted teeth.